Oof. Well, hello. Hello, it's Friday. No, it's not Friday. It's actually Saturday. We have a Saturday stream. Let's do it. Who's all in the house? We'll wait a bit for people to trickle in. I know it's like a really off schedule, so it will be quite bizarre. Who knows who will come? Um yeah, let's do it. Why have the streaming? I'm not changing days. It's just this week. We just defaulted to Saturday. I had shit going on. Hello Angelica. Hello Lisa. Hello Cassidy. Hello Kim. It's just this weekend. We're fine. We're not actually switching to Saturdays. In fact, I'm still referring to this as a Friday night chat. It's just very, very late. Very late. We're cool. It's all cool. We're coolio. It's a Friday on a Saturday. Exactly. It's Fratterday. It's Fratterday, darlings. We got a couple interesting things to talk about, and then I want to have some fun. I want to talk about this submarine thing because it's just really fascinating, I gotta admit. Tragic, yes, yeah, but really, 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 really fascinating. So let's get to it. These are not my normal headphones. I'm just like testing these out because I might like make new ones. So don't be alarmed by the hornlessness of my headphones. They're just normal. And much more comfortable too. I really should have shopped around. Uh Much nicer on the ear holes. Do 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 do. So I want to talk about the submarine, the whole like tragic submarine thing, because it's just honestly slightly amusing to me. And I know it's tragic people died, but they died a quick death, okay? Like way quick, like they were just, yeah, it was a very quick death, very painless. Not even time to process that they were dying, like, so I don't feel bad. If it was a painful death, like if it was like days and days of being stuck under there, you know, I'd be a little bit more forlorn, but eh. Can't stay. Hello, Perry. I'm sorry you can't stay. Alberto, hello. Saturday crew, let's do it. We'll wait a couple more minutes and then we'll get to tit for tatting. Titty for tatting. Well, I've been having a good week. Yesterday I was busy, kind of. I don't know. I just didn't feel well. And I didn't want to tell anybody because I didn't want to like hear it like, so I just wanted to like suffer in peace. I've just been having like bad stomach problems again, but I'm feeling a lot better now. I watch the weirdest stuff when I'm just like not feeling well and I'm just kind of laying around on the floor, rolling around on the floor with my floor nest. Because I like to take my pillows and blankets and put it on the floor. For some reason, it feels better laying on the floor. I don't know what it is. Lee, hi Lee. Some of us need to suffer in silence from time to time. It's true. So, anyways, as I was suffering in silence on the floor with my floor nest, I was watching Mob Wives, which is like some weird reality TV show. I don't even know how much of it is factual, but it was just like something that I kept thinking, like, I really want to change the channel, but then I just could not fucking stop watching it for the life of me. So now I know the names of all, like, the 4 mob wives and all the ins and outs and all the, like, the juicy gossip, and like there's just so much like inner group turmoil and shit. Like it's the weirdest fucking show. Just really tough, like Staten Island like broads. And they're always having sit downs. They're like, if there's a problem, we gotta have a sit down and we gotta either cut it off or put it all out on the table. It's just like every fucking episode they have a sit down. It's ridiculous. Drama, drama, drama. I think the reason I like to watch this stuff when I'm not feeling well, because I like to keep my mind on something else that's much more irritating than my stomach problems. But anyways, it's a nice summer day here. Really, really summery. I have a brand new baby bird outside. It's not my pet, actually. It's just like, because I have my little scrub jays that I feed. Well, there's a brand new baby, and he's really clumsy and he's really cute. I don't know if he's a he. I just like to gender the birds however I want because they're birds and they don't give a shit. So I'm calling it the brand new little baby boy. Scruffles or something. Scruffy. Scruffy? Scruffles? Squawks? He's really bad. He's kind of got the bird call, but he's brand new at it, so it sounds really awful. So he just like sits and screeches and squawks in the yard. Scruffy, yeah. So I go out there and I'm like, shut up, come get a treat. He's not quite getting it yet. He's also very clumsy. Hey, Kate Paul. All right, Ocean Gate. The actual CEO of Ocean Gate, which is like a private company that makes, you know, submarines, and it goes down and looks at the Titanic and stuff. So 5 people got into this pod and went down to the Titanic, looked about, and that's it. They never came back up. What happened is the pod imploded as it was resurfacing. And by imploded, I mean like at such a massive rate, it just like just shredded. Like the force of pressure and everything, it was just so quick and so fast. It was like in a millisecond, like faster than you can even like comprehend that you're gonna die. So I mean, it was a very quick, painless death. Did they actually make it to the Titanic? I think so. I think they were resurfacing. No? I don't know. God, there's so much. Ironically died while trying to view a mass grave. Seriously. Seriously. Why is my little box so small? What the fuck is happening? It's a lot of dead space here. Great. Good. Big enough? We can all see my face. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, no problem. Y'all know the deal. You come in and out and all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself about. Yes, I agree. Sinfully. Their wealth should be distributed to public, but it's not like that, so I'm sure people are inheriting that. The families might successfully sue the company too, even though they signed a waiver. They might get away with this.
On June 18th, 2023, Titan, a submersible operated by Ocean Gate, went missing in the international waters in the North Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Newfoundland, Canada. The submersible was on a tourist expedition to view the wreckage of the RMS Titanic with 5 individuals on board, including the founder and CEO of OceanGate, Stockton Rush. Due to the estimated 3 days of oxygen supply, there was a huge rescue effort by the US Coast Guard and Canada's Coast Guard, which was unsuccessful until early on June 22nd, when evidence of the wreckage of the vessel started to emerge, leading to the tragic conclusion that the vessel imploded in the ocean depths and there were no survivors. As an engineer, I'm furious about what happened and the different shortcuts that were taken. We'll go through all.
Right. Like, I think, like, more regulated submarines are actually encased in titanium, and this wasn't. It was just purely something else. Like, the end caps were encased in titanium, but this one wasn't. A lot of experts are speaking in on this. And then, of course, like, James Cameron. I mean, fucking of course James Cameron, because he's like a professional fucking submarine diver. So, it's just, come on, it just obviously screams people, like a company just wanting to make money, not really thinking things out. And you know what? It probably did stand up very well in the initial test runs, but things wear. They tear. They crick and crack and creak. So, all right.
Of that today. So let's try to figure out exactly what happened and what we can learn from this.
What
Ricky,
happened?
and this is 2-Bit Da Vinci.
2-Bit Da Vinci.
Let's start with what we know about the company operating the Titan submersible. OceanGate Incorporated is a privately held U.S. company operating out of Everett, Washington, that provides crewed submersibles for tourism industry and research.
Hey, Philip. Hello, Philip. Hello, Ontology Dragon. These are millionaires. They're not even billionaires. Well, maybe the CEO is, but no, these are like... At least I think. I don't even think they're like really... I think they... Well, no. Was the ticket like... Ah, God. There's so many facts flying around. I just like... I can't keep track of it all.
Exploration. The company was founded in 2009 by Stockton Rush and Guillermo Solin. Stockton Rush wanted to be an astronaut, so he got his commercial pilot license. But because of bad eyesight, he could never be a military pilot. So instead, he moved from San Francisco to Seattle.
No. He's a failed wannabe astronaut. This all makes sense. Here we go. Shadow. When you got shadow shit and lots of money, it just can't go well.
Work at McDonnell Douglas as a flight test engineer for the F-15 Eagle. After attending the launch of Spaceship One in the Mojave Desert in 2004, he decided he didn't want to go up to space as a tourist. He wanted to be like Captain Kirk on the Enterprise. He wanted to explore and pivoted his pursuit to undersea exploration.
Jesus.
He was married to Wendy Rush.
Seriously? Unchecked shadow mixed with lots of money? It's no bueno. I mean, out of all the things he could have done, at least he could have afforded a fucking therapist. Can't you just, like, go on a hike? I don't know, climb Mount Everest. That's what everybody else fucking does. Why you gotta build shit and go places that you really shouldn't go? That are just, like, inhuman. Like, you just can't even fucking inhabit it. We're two places we're not meant to be. In space and under the ocean, okay? I'm gonna stay here. Thank you.
A descendant of Isidore and Ida Strauss, 2 people who actually passed away on the sinking of the Titanic, which ties into the story here today. The tragic events happened during a deep-sea tourism expedition to explore the wreckage of the Titanic, which sunk in the northern Atlantic in
Hi, David.
1912. Before we get into the specifics of this particular tragedy, let's put just how difficult deep-sea exploration is into context. It's easy to be in awe of aviation and space.
Like hell, I'm getting into one of those pods. Like, I just... No, that would be so claustrophobic. I would shit, piss, and cry at the same time. Shit, piss, vomit, cry. All at once.
Space exploration because breaking free of gravity and flying through the air seem like such a feat. But in many ways, deep-sea craft are the much greater engineering challenge. It all comes down to pressure. We don't think about air pressure because at sea level, it's just 14.7 pounds per square inch. That pressure is the result of the column of air that reaches above us all the way into outer space. All those air molecules above us pushing down result in that pressure. But water is a much more dense fluid than air. So for every 10 meters or 32.8 feet you dive, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere or 14.7 psi.
That's insane. See, this is why the ocean is scary. Like, the deeper you go, the more pressure there is. And that's why there's, like, a very limited depth of, like, how, like, what humans can dive in until it just literally crushes your lungs. Which really fascinates me about, I think it's sperm whales? Like, they're the ones that can dive, like, way fucking deep. Like, really, really deep. Like, their lungs flatten. They let out all the air out of their lungs. They can hold their breath for, like, fucking hours. And they go down there and they eat, like, big squid. It's insane. The ocean is insane. I am terrified of it, even though I live next to it. And I think it's very beautiful, but from afar. Deep sea stuff is fascinating, though.
The Titanic
It really is, like, it's like our own world, but we really just don't know what the fuck is down there. We really don't.
Sitting on the ocean floor at about 12,500 feet below sea level. The two broken parts of the ship, the bow and the stern, are more than 2,600 feet apart and surrounded by debris after over 100 years of being in the bottom of the ocean. The wreckage is 400 miles off the coast of Newfoundland in Canada. You can see here. Let's put this depth into perspective. Imagine laying on your back with a 1 foot by 1 foot board, okay? And how much weight you would feel on that board. At 100 meters, the size of a soccer or football field, we have the pressure of 10 atmospheres or 145 psi, which means on that 1 by 1 foot board, we would feel the weight of 20,880 pounds. That is 4.7 Tesla Model Ys. At 381 meters, 1,250 feet, we have the height of the Empire State Building in New York City. At this depth, we would feel 37.4 atmospheres of pressure, and that 1 by 1 foot board would feel the weight of 80,000 pounds. At 490 meters, we have the max dive depth of the C class of U.S. Navy submarine. Here, we'd feel 48.5 atmospheres of pressure. That 1 by 1 foot board would feel the weight of 94,800 pounds. At 828 meters, we have the height of the Burj Khalifa. Here, we'd feel 82 atmospheres. That weight on the board would be 173,520 pounds. Now, this is around the same depth as the deepest diving submarine in operation today, the Oscar-class submarine in the Russian Navy. At 3,800 meters sits the wreckage of the Titanic.
Jesus.
Here, the pressures are 376 atmospheres. That 1 by 1 foot board on our...
Nope. Nope, I ain't going down there. No. And oh, no, this is why I could never join the Navy. Like, they're not even going that deep. They're just like, whatever, we're taking a dip.
Chest would have the weight of 797,000 pounds. The Ocean Gate Titan was rated for a mass dive depth of about 4,000 meters. Now that might sound insane, but actually it's not even the record for the deepest human beings have been. That honor goes to James Cameron and the Deep Sea Challenger built in Australia in 2012. The Deep Sea Challenger reached the deepest part of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, the deepest point on Earth, at a mind-boggling 11,000 meters or 36,000 feet. Here, we'd feel 1,090 atmospheres of pressure, and that 1 by 1 foot board would have the weight of 2.3 million pounds on it. Compare that to the difference in pressure of an airplane at cruising altitude of 36,000 feet, where outside the pressure might be 3 psi, and on the inside,
This is what I'm saying. Hi, Mark. Under pressure. Coming down on me. James Cameron waited, and he knows his shit. He was straight up like, sure, it might have lasted the first couple of tests, but after that, the structural integrity, it gets so fucking, like, worn. Yeah, it's not really gonna last anymore.
between 10 and 12. And that hopefully puts in perspective why more people have been to space than have been into the deepest parts of our oceans. Now let's talk about the red flags that plagued OceanGate from the get-go. By the way, OceanGate just sounds like a walking scandal ready to
It
happen.
does!
First,
Why would you call your shit like that? OceanGate. It does sound scandalous as shit.
the design limitations of the Titan required that the hatch be bolted down by 17 to 18 bolts from the outside. This means there's no way for the passengers inside to open the hatch. They'd have to rely on ground crews to open it. Now, this is understandable because of these deep sea vessels have to be incredibly tight. They have to be very strong. The water seals have to hold, and that's all complicated. But I think this shows you why it's really important to have backup systems and have some sort of an explosive detonation cord you can pull to blow the hatch in the event that the craft surfaced and no one found it. And that was actually one of the fears early on, is that the vessel could actually surface and be at the surface somewhere along the Atlantic unfound and still.
And then you're just sealed in there with everybody's farts. That is terrifying to me.
Die from suffocating because they couldn't open the hatch and the air could run out. The Titan also didn't have GPS or other navigational instruments on board, and it didn't have a
Yeah, that's weird. It like, out of all that stuff you put into it, like, you make it like pretty much impossible, like, to function normally as like thing. Like, these are. I'm no engineer, but these are things I would even think of. Like, does this shit have a GPS tracker? What if we surface and we don't have anybody to open this? Is there a place where I can poop? These are all questions I would have asked, okay? And if the answer is nothing, like, we don't know, then I'm bagging out. Thanks. I'll take a hike to Mount Everest.
Beacon either, like a black box on an aircraft. Most subs use GPS for near-surface navigation, which doesn't work in deeper waters. In deeper waters, they use dead reckoning course information obtained by the ship's gyro compass, measured speed, and estimates of local ocean currents. They also rely on inertial navigation systems, which is an estimated position source utilizing acceleration, deceleration, pitch, and roll from the computers that transmit this data. The Titan, in contrast, appeared to rely only on data provided by the surface support vessel. In 2019, OceanGate published a blog post explaining why the Titan was not certified by any ship authority, which is a huge red flag. OceanGate stated, "The vast majority of marine and aviation accidents are actually the result of operator error, not mechanical failure," and argued that classification focused solely on the physical state of the vessel and not the corporate actions, which are characterized as a constant committed effort and a focused corporate culture of maintaining high-level operational safety.
I'm like speechless. That is like the worst response. It's just like, it's like, that's too much to gamble. You're putting yourself in a goddamn, like, pill capsule. Look, it's like one of my fucking pills. Like, you're just like, like, look, it's like you're putting yourself in a little pill pod. You're going down really deep. You really want to fucking skimp on the structural integrity? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you want it to last? This is like the fucking iPhone of goddamn. What is it? Run by Windows Vista? Ah! It's like a trial version of Windows. Billionaire greed. But you have money and you want to live to spend your money, right? So why wouldn't you be like, hey, bub, can you like throw another layer on there or something? Or at least a fart fan. Come on.
That sounds like absolute to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does.
Journalist David Progue, who rode on the Titan to view the Titanic in 2022, noted during his expedition, the surface support vessel lost track of the Titan for about 4 to 5 hours and mentioned that adding a locator beacon was actually discussed during this event. They could still send short text to the sub, but they had no idea where it was. It was quiet and very tense, he says, and they shut off the ship's internet to keep us from tweeting. Oh my God, that is terrifying, and they've already known that this could happen. The craft was also...
Yeah, there was already problems with this before. These people are out of their mind. I mean, it's just like, I get death is terrible, but they died instantly. They died instantly and painlessly as you could fucking go. But when they just get this lazy about it, like, I have a hard time, like, feeling bad. David said, I work in concrete testing nominal buildings in New York City and have built with concrete in the last 400 pound, at least 4,000 pound per square inch. The pressure where the sub imploded would crush a small building in NYC. Yeah, the amount of pressure that made that capsule implode. It's like filling up a Ziploc bag with like air or something, and then you just... Like, it happened at such a force, like, the pressure just all imploded it, and all the air and everything just, like, squished out, so, like, it just fucking... It just blew to smithereens. Just imagine, like, a bag full of air, and it just, like, you fucking clap that shit so hard, like, pretty much imagine clapping that bag so hard that it just, like... The friction is so much it just melts. Like, it just melts away. It just... it all just poofs, like, away. Like, dust in the wind, you know? Like, it was so fucking fast. And it was, like, in a... Like, less than a millisecond. Like, their brains couldn't even process what was happening. Like, they're just in their... They're in the death cart, honeys. Like, they're in their next life cycle. It's like one of those situations where they won't even fucking get they died forever. Like, imagine that. Oh, Jesus. It was just grim. Why wouldn't you put a GPS tracker on it? That just seems like basic shit. What, are you just gonna tweet, come pick me up? Like, you're just gonna text, like, order an Uber from your pod? Like, what the fuck? Can I get Uber Eats?
Controlled by a video game controller, which sounds like some cool Silicon Valley way of thinking, beanbag chairs and break rooms, but it's downright stupid. Military spec products go through incredible, rigorous testing, making them safe in all operating environments.
I didn't know that. They literally used a gaming controller? What the fuck?
For example, as expensive...
They deserve to go. I'm sorry. The more I hear of how dumb this thing is, I just, like... They deserve it.
As Apple's Vision Pro headset is at $3,500, it is downright cheap compared to the $400,000 that it costs to get a helmet for the F-35 fighter jet. And the reason why, well, lower volumes, of course, but also because they have to go through unbelievable vibration testings to make sure the wells will all hold up, make sure that the higher levels of radiation at 40 to 50,000 feet won't do any damage long term, and to make sure absolute reliability. Now let's talk about how we got to the Titan. OceanGate started by purchasing Antipodes, which is a submersible back in 2012, which was their first test bed for testing and learning about this entire endeavor. Next, they built Cyclops 1, which is in collaboration with University of Washington's Applied Physics Laboratory. And this was a deeper sea vessel capable of reaching a max depth of 500 meters. Still nowhere near deep enough for the Titanic, but this was their next step and their next iteration. In the early design, the hull was made of carbon fiber, and the whole submersible would dive vertically with pivoting seats to ensure the passengers remained upright. Now, it was said that Boeing worked with OceanGate and the University of Washington on their initial design analysis, but we'll get back to that in a second because there's a little bit more to that story. Finally, they would arrive at the Titan, their final product that would actually be rated for 4,000 meters. One of the key takeaways about the Titan is that this is a carbon fiber and titanium hulled submersible. Now, this is really exotic in the world of materials. We've been using high strength steel,
Carbon
aluminum
fiber.
for a long time, and we have data.
No, but I thought only the ends were titanium and the middle was carbon fiber.
Engineering data on how they fail and what to look for and test methodologies. But carbon fiber is still quite exotic. In fact, any car you've ever driven probably doesn't have much carbon fiber in it. The only exceptions are really, really high-end supercars, or even in the case of aviation, more recently with the Boeing Dreamliner. But before that, we've always used aluminum and titanium and other materials like that. So just generally, there's less known about it, and it's also really difficult to make sure that you get it right. OceanGate signed a contract with Spencer Composites in January 2017 for the carbon composite cylinder. This was the same company that built the composite pressure hull for the single-person deep flight Challenger for Steve Fossett. After Fossett passed away, Deep Flight Challenger was acquired by Richard Branson's Virgin Oceanic, which had announced plans to conduct a series of 5 dives to the deepest points of the ocean. But Deep Flight refused to endorse the plan as the craft had been designed to dive only once. This is important. We'll get back to this in a second. In a statement, they said the problem...
Yeah, it's not enough. Like, you could have I think they even tested this. They had a couple of successful dives, but yeah, after a while, the structural integrity is going to get worn, and it's not going to hold up as well. Like, you have to design something that's going to, like, tolerate, like, multiple dives, and then you got to do, like, a ton of upkeep and maintenance on that, and checking. Sounds like they didn't have that in their minds at all.
Is the strength of the Deep Flight Challenger does decrease after each dive. It's strongest on the first dive, said Adam Wright, the firm's president. It was designed to set the record, dive to the deeps, and then be retired as an exhibit in the Smithsonian. This is a really crucial part because sometimes in engineering, what it comes down to is the operational lifetime and understanding it. This might have been at play here. And by the way, I tried to go to oceangate.com to get a little bit more information, and I noticed that their site was taken down on June 22nd. So after the disappearance of the Titan in 2023, the university...
Oh, it is. It is downed. I'll be damned.
University of Washington stated that APL, their applied physics laboratory, had no involvement in design, engineering, or testing of the Titan submersible. A Boeing spokesperson also said that Boeing was not a partner on the Titan and did not design or build it. A NASA spokesperson said that NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center had a Space Act agreement with OceanGate, but did not conduct testing and manufacturing via its workforce or facilities. Basically, all of these partnerships that they had are now being revealed that they were not really partnerships. This is a classic example of a company trying to get credibility by partnering with NASA. How good does that sound? But what exactly they did with NASA isn't really well understood. It could have just been as simple as, hey, can we rent out a little bit of space over in this corner of your facility?
Yeah.
This is probably the most infuriating for me as an engineer. David Lockridge, the OceanGate Director of Marine Operations, filed a quality control report in January 2018. Stating that no non-destructive testing, or NDI, of the carbon fiber hull had taken place to check for voids or delaminations in the carbon fiber layup that could compromise the hull's strength. NDI, non-destructive investigation, NDT, non-destructive testing, is a way of checking something to make sure that it's safe without actually breaking it apart, because really the best way to check if something is safe is to cut it in half, break it, and go, yep, it's safe. But of course, you've destroyed the product. So NDT is something that engineers lean on all the time to make sure things are safe. And in the world of carbon fiber, it's that much more difficult because carbon fiber doesn't bend or yield or get grooves and cracks the way other materials do. it requires a lot of information and insight. Lockridge was told that OceanGate would rely on the real-time acoustic monitoring system, which he felt would not warn the crew of potential failure with sufficient time to safely abort the mission and evacuate. The day after he filed his report, he was summoned to a meeting in which he was told the acrylic window that you look out of was only rated for 1,300 meters because OceanGate would not fund the design of a window rated for 4,000 meters. In that meeting, he reiterated his concerns and added that he would refuse to allow crew testing without a hull scan. Lockridge was dismissed from his position as a result. OceanGate filed a lawsuit against Lockridge that June, accusing him of improperly sharing proprietary trade secrets.
Someone's gonna make a movie about this. Just you wait. We're gonna have a whole ass movie about this shit. I can see it already.
And fraudulently manufacturing a reason to get rid of him. This suit was settled in November 2018. I'm sure it was all sealed off and we'll never know exactly what was agreed upon, but that is absolutely terrifying. During a human piloted descent on December 10th, 2018, Stockton Rush used the vertical thrusters to overcome unexpected positive buoyancy when descending past 10,000 feet. These submersibles are like a balloon with air inside, right? So it's hard for them to dive. And so they have different ways and ballast systems to be able to accomplish that. But for whatever reason, around 10,000 feet, he had to use vertical thrusters to continue his descent. And when this happened, it caused interference with the communication systems between spinning propellers, the disturbance in the wake of the water coming off those propellers and everything else. They lost contact for 1 hour. Now, Rush was thrilled to call himself the second person to solo dive to 13,000 feet after James Cameron. But if that was me, I would be terrified. I would come back and figure out what on earth happened with the comms and what can we do? Can we change the frequency? Can we have a backup system? Can we have a tether?
Yeah.
Whatever has to happen to never let that happen again. And we know it happened again because...
Also, why don't they have a tether? That seems weird to me. Wouldn't you want to be tethered? I thought that was like the whole point of like those deep sea things. It's like they are tethered. I guess not. I don't know. What do I know? I'm not a professional submarinist. I would never be caught dead in a submarine unless it was surfaced and I was touring.
That report from the reporter. After these tests were completed, in January 2020, the hull of the Titan began showing signs of cyclical fatigue, and the craft was derated to 3,000 meters. Now, the hull was repaired and again rated again for 4,000 meters of diving depth, but by who? And was everything done properly? It's impossible to know. I decided to make this video because I think we're at the precipice of a new age of exotic tourism and exploration. Between going to space, to go to the moon,
what a waste.
Low Earth orbit, or deep sea diving. We're at the edge of seeing more of this. Wealthier people, the people that were involved in this particular incident, always want to have that next thing. And so if we're going to do this, it's important to realize just how unsafe this can be. Unlike commercial aviation, there are no regulatory boards involved here. This is international water. The company did have to register the parent vessel that takes people from Canada, right? So that had to be registered. But what happens out in open waters is not very highly regulated. This is a really tough story for me because as an engineer, I do love ambition. I mean, building your own vessel, carbon fiber 5 inches thick, it sounds cool. But as an engineer, I also realize how important safety measures and protocols are. Aviation is a perfect example. If you ever hop on an airplane, you cannot imagine how safe you are because of all the people involved, from company members like Boeing and Airbus personnel, engineering test officials, all the way to the FAA and other regulatory approval bodies that make sure every little thing is regulated and controlled. There is none of that going on here. One of the first things to realize about an implosion of the vessel is that there was probably not a lot of suffering. The people probably just died instantly. We mentioned how much weight you would feel.
Yeah, there's no way that they suffered at all. Like, they really... rich people are just fucking weird, I swear to God. Can't you just do cocaine like a normal person? Or is that, like, just too trashy? I don't know.
And you would pretty much just get crushed. So what happened is they built a vessel which was in and of itself pretty impressive. The carbon fiber layup, the composite structure, titanium. This was an exotic craft. And it had a viewing window to go see the Titanic. These are things that human beings could not do before. But the problem is every craft, every vessel, every engineering device has an operational lifetime. Now, the way engineers do this is by testing something and figuring out how many cycles can we hit this with before problems start to emerge. And then they add a safety factor. For example, your car will work almost forever. There's no pressure involved. It's just atmospheric pressures at sea level, right? Now, if it rusts and things, that could change the equation. But your car is fine. How about aircraft? Aircraft are pressurized and depressurized, pressurized, depressurized, right? And you can't really inspect every little nook and cranny. So what engineers figured out is if we're going to build this out of aluminum, if we're going to build it from carbon fiber, we have to do a test every 1,000 hours, 500 hours, whatever the case might be. A complete overhaul where they tear down the wall panels and inspect, and they'll actually get out and check for any cracks and other impurities and imperfections, because any crack or any little divot can be a stress concentration point where it'll start to impound and fail. Then finally, they'll say at this many hours, 20,000 flat hours, whatever the number might be, the aircraft is retired. That doesn't mean it's going to fall apart, but we know we tested it for millions of hours and nothing bad will happen in this window. And that is the operational window. Odds are a plane could probably fly for thousands more flights after that, but we don't want to do that. That is the operational lifetime. What was the operational lifetime of the Titan? Was it ever established?
Nobody
knows. They were not
knows.
doing NDIs or NDTs, non-destructive testing, to see what was happening to the carbon fiber. Again, carbon fiber is a mesh weave that is laid in alternating patterns and then glued up. It is incredibly strong and incredibly impressive as an engineering material, but it's equally not as well studied. We have 100 years of history and experience with high-strength steel and aluminum and other materials, but this is a new frontier. And that's why this is so important to cover. New frontiers are exciting. They're sexy. They're glamorous, right?
Yeah, this is a really good,
We're on the brink of
step
space
back.
tourism, where rich people can buy a ticket to go up and tour around the moon, have a nice little catered lunch, and come home. Whenever we have new frontiers, we have unknowns. That's what makes it a frontier. There's not a playbook. And when you have to build vessels able to withstand the pressures of the ocean's deep, deep waters, there's a lot that is unknown, and that's why we don't have.
This reminds me of like back in the day, like rich people going on like exotic trips to like weird Amazonian like forest and just getting fucking cannibalized or some shit like that by some indigenous tribe. Like it's not changing. And you know what's sad about all this? Like I'm all for exploration and stuff, like that's pretty cool. Like humans should explore, but I think humans should be exploring in the name of science. And exploring for information. Like this whole shit of just like rich people like flying around, diving, whatever, just for the sheer sake of it, they're not going to appreciate it. They're not going to bring anything back that's valuable for the rest of humanity. So I think it's just an absolute waste. I mean, like the world already sucks. There's already so much help that needs to be done here. Hey, here's a clue, or here's an idea. Like, if you're feeling adventurous, why don't you end world suffering? Like, why don't you throw down money and end world hunger and shit like that? They won't do it. That's just the unfortunate reality that we live in. But we definitely need to not have these people fucking around at this level. It's too unsafe. And like I said, death is never good, all right? It is a tragedy, but at the same time, just like good riddance. That's like less fucking crazy ass eccentric rich people that we have to deal with.
Commercial versions of this. I think this vessel just had some sort of a crumple or some defect or deformation. Something was happening over a couple of cycles. I mean, they did successfully go down and come back three times, and at that fourth time it crumpled. Honestly, I don't think any vessel that goes to the Mariana Trench or 12,000 feet in the Atlantic should have a life more than a couple of cycles. And I think what they were trying to do, I think Stockton Rush was trying to make these tickets affordable, right? Now, they started at $125,000, double that by the time these guys went on at $250,000, right? $250,000 sounds like a ton of money. The real price for this probably should have been $1 million, 1.5. That allows you to replace the vessel every so often. or to do
Right.
complete disruptive testing to replace parts. There's a whole slew of things that have to happen. But I think in the interest of trying to be affordable, being on the ship yourself, the prestige of your reputation, trying to build a brand, trying to build a company, they took all kinds of shortcuts and did things they do not understand. And I'll be honest with you, we know more about space than we do our deep oceans or the deep earth. These are just really, really hard environments to get to. This is tragic. You know, I was an optimist. I was hoping that we would find them somewhere and that this would all kind of be a learning lesson without loss of life. It didn't work out that way. But in engineering, we have to always learn from our mistakes. If you're a believer,
David said there's a movie you saw a long time ago where rich people were going to areas where disasters were about to happen. They had like knowledge of where and when. Does anybody know? I've never heard of that. But there is a real thing where like people will go travel to places where there's like something like either a disaster or like a political situation going on because it's like much cheaper. Like people are going on trips to like Iran and stuff just because it's cheap. Because like the majority of people just like don't want to go there. Ocean Gate. I don't want ads, bitch. The Titanic submersible tragedy could have been prevented. Well, no shit. No fucking duh.
The ROV subsequent, an ROV or remote operated vehicle from the vessel Horizon Arctic discovered the tail cone of the Titan submersible approximately 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic on the seafloor. The ROV subsequently found additional debris. In consultation with experts from within the Unified Command, the debris is consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber. Upon this determination, we immediately notified the families. On behalf of the United States Coast Guard and the entire Unified Command,
Fuck you.
I offer my
No.
deepest condolences to the families. I
they'll
can
get over it.
only imagine what this has been like for them. And I hope that this discovery provides some solace during this difficult time. Additionally, we've been in close contact with the British and French consuls general to ensure that they are fully apprised and that their concerns are being addressed. The outpouring of support in this highly complex search operation has been robust and immensely appreciated.
But didn't they take a lot of resources to finding this stupid thing when there was like refugees like escaping and like needing of help? Oh, yeah. Here we go. When an underwater submersible about the size of a mini... I love that American measurement system. An underwater submersible about the size of 100 basketballs, I don't know, the size of a minivan, vanished in the Atlantic Ocean Sunday morning. The United States and Canadian governments deployed countless resources to find 5 passengers on board who experts say have a slim chance of survival. The event occurred almost 1 week after a boat carrying about 800 migrants capsized off the coast of Greece. Hundreds are feared dead, including about 100 children. Authorities say the incident is considered to be the second deadliest refugee shipwreck in history. The most catastrophic is said to have occurred in 2015 when a boat carrying 1,100 people from Libya capsized in the Mediterranean. So far, 81 bodies have been recovered from the site, and 140 people were rescued from last week's wreckage, of all whom are men. But headlines in the United States have been dominated by the fate of 5 submersible passengers who potentially paid $2,500,000 Jesus each to go over 12,000 feet below the sea surface and see the Titanic ship that sank in 1912, killing 1,500 on board. There are currently planes, ships, and remotely operated vehicles searching at the bottom of the seafloor and the ocean surface of, well, not anymore. Meanwhile, in Greece last Wednesday, passengers fleeing economic hardship allegedly spent 15 hours begging for help. Greek authorities refuted this characterization, claiming that the migrants rejected help almost up until the point the ship sank. I smell bullshit. The migrant rescue effort consisted of a rope and Greek Coast Guard ship escorting a distressed vessel before it capsized. It did not command widespread international attention, nor did fleets of vessels from around the world come to their aid. Video footage shows a survivor speaking, saying that because they didn't know how to pull the rope, the vessel started tilting right and left. Oh, Jesus. The Coast Guard boat was going too fast, but the vessel was already tilting to the left, and that's how it sank. Oh. So they're assholes. However, experts say the migrants' refusal doesn't particularly matter. A United Nations law states that authorities are required to perform a rescue as soon as a distress vessel is deemed at risk. Yeah, lots of people fucked up. Human rights organizations are now criticizing the Great Coast Guard for not overruling the migrants' refusal for assistance. Seriously, all boats on which migrants travel to be considered unfit for navigation, therefore in danger, and must be rescued immediately without delay. They did not do that. This event, they appear to have no problems because in a few minutes they can sink. Blah, 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 blah. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and the International Organization for Migrants both called for investigations into the wreckage and organizations to work together to create safer passages to European countries. Alright. We are dismayed by the deaths and disappearance of hundreds of migrants who had intended to flee their place of origin across the Mediterranean Sea and seek their legitimate human rights. These people are looking for a real new beginning, and these rich motherfuckers are just fucking around. Why couldn't they... my brain is short-circulating. Okay. But yeah, hey, this is really tragic, though. Even though, like, you totally just ignored, like, other people needing aid.
We are grateful for the rapid mobilization of experts on the undersea search and rescue, and we thank all of the agencies and personnel for their role in the response. We're also incredibly grateful for the full spectrum of international assistance that's been provided. The ROVs will remain on scene and continue to gather information. Again, our most heartfelt condolences go out.
Wow, yeah, he really seems like he's heartfelt there. He's like the most boring speaker that ever bored me.
Kristen, what is it?
Hey there, Jose. So within the past few minutes, we saw a tweet from the U.S. Coast Guard saying a debris field was discovered within the search area by an ROV near the Titanic. Experts within the Unified Command are evaluating the information. So as you recall, there were those 2 remote operated vehicles that had been down at the bottom of the ocean searching for the Titan submersible. So that is the latest, that they have now found a debris field. They're trying to figure out what that is, if it has anything to do with the submersible. The Coast Guard planning a briefing at...
All right, old news. God, I can't believe this. Ocean Gate Expeditions explore the world's most famous shipwreck. Choose your next expedition. The Titanic. 8 days, 7 nights. Sail the open ocean. Receive on board. Explore the deep ocean. Wow. Submersibles. Titan is the world's only carbon fiber submersible capable of diving 5 people to 400 meters. Not anymore! Titan's unique ability to carry 5 people allows for multiple mission specialists, scientists, and content experts to share a once-in-a-lifetime experience diving the deep ocean. It really was once in a lifetime. They'll never do it again. The state-of-the-art vessel designed and engineered by OceanGate in collaboration, experts from NASA. No, they did not. Boeing and University of Washington. No. Through the innovative use of modern materials, Titan is lighter, more spacious, and more comfortable than any other deep diving submersible exploring the ocean today. Yeah, it's not quite spacious anymore, is it, love? Join our newsletter. Press releases. Nothing since February, I'm sure. Should we call them? No. Shop. What's in their shop? Nothing. They are now part of the Titanic exhibit, exactly. Mission specialists. Mission specialists are important and have valuable members of the crew and contribute to the overall success of the expedition. Complex expeditions like ours require a team effort, and your support as a mission specialist is key. As a mission specialist, you will not just be going along for the ride, you will be trained in any skill that you want to learn or that you already have an aptitude for, with coaching from our team and world-renowned experts provided through your mission. Roles may vary depending on the expedition. See list below for your typical roles in the mission. Let's see. Sonar and laser scan operation, photography, videography, communications and tracking, observation and documentation, submersible preparation, communications and... Oh, wait. Yeah. Dive planning, dive media review. What's it like to dive in the sub? Let's ask the people who got back from the... Oh, that's right. The inside of the submersible is well lit and comfortable for 5 people. The internal pressure remains constant. It's the same pressure we experience at sea level, so you will not need to go through a decompression process at the end of the dive. The air inside the sub gets recycled in a similar way to the air inside a spacecraft. So it's fart-free. That's good to know. The international temperature is typically only a few degrees warmer than the outside water temperature, so we recommend wearing layers on your dive. Learn more.
We climb Kilimanjaro.
My name is Renata Rojas, and I'm a mission specialist. I'm a technical diver. This is my local waters. I dive here in New York. the local shipwrecks, who are very interesting.
You don't have to go far for real adventure. Here's this thing, right? We live in Manhattan. It's right there. A fantastic, great thing. You can tell them the Hudson Canyon is, is bigger than the Grand Canyon. We were on this boat, this sort of working utility boat, and we met the crew. We lived with
What, you get, like... Man, this looks dumb.
the crew. They were all so interesting, also accommodating.
Lasagna!
There's a bunch of very interesting characters here. And this is the most relaxed I think we've been in months. In months, if you can get yourself into a bubble, you're not worried for a while. So I recommend this kind of trip for as long as pandemic lasts.
We tested for it a few weeks before the trip, so I could make sure we were in good shape, and then tested exactly the day before the trip. Again, for purposes of the boat, so they saw we were coming on with no problem.
You didn't test jack shit.
We watched a science fiction movie, and then we got in the submarine and go, oh, we're just living the science fiction story.
Cyclops 1 is actually very roomy and spacious. 5 people fit in it, so no, I do not feel claustrophobic at all. And you can actually lie down and take a nap if you really wanted to.
They took a nap, all right. They took a forever nap. Hi, Elise. They took the forever nap.
Getting there is like an action movie. You really feel like you're in an action movie, going from a moving boat to a moving speed boat, and then you gotta go and get off that boat and onto a platform, and that's rocking, and you gotta climb a ladder to get into the sub. Hey, you're living real action. Everyone takes real...
You're rich, you asshole. You have a yacht. I mean, like, we gotta ride a speedboat and then climb a ladder. It was like an action movie? Really? That is the most action you have in your entire life. That's sad. Climbing a ladder is action to you?
Good.
I get it. It's kind of like immersive, but still. It's like, Jesus Christ, how sad is your lives?
Care of you. But you go from all that excitement into the sub, and then suddenly it's a sci-fi movie.
Group of squid, very exciting for me.
With a sub, you can spend hours on the wreck without any decompression. It's priceless.
We saw this many times, but the best was to see an old lobster pot, abandoned lobster pot. And you see a
I
bunch
can't
of
hear
times
you
just
because the
laying-
editor made the music too loud.
Somebody who's going to be fully involved with the expedition. My job in this expedition was to take pictures and handle all the cameras, make sure they were running.
Mike drove the sub.
Drove the sub. It's got a joystick control.
And it's very easy to drive. Anybody can do this.
This is genuine adventure.
That should be your first clue that it's cheap and it sucks. It's a joy, like an actual place, like the PlayStation 1 controller. Like the minute I see that, I'm like, nope, I'm out. Come on. There's got to be something, like you should have to have a degree to operate that thing. Just no freaking way. It has a control. It's just...
There are places things could have gone terribly wrong, but they didn't. And so you're always in good hands, but...
Wait, did he just say there was things that could go terribly wrong and it didn't? This is so funny now knowing that what just happened
There are
afterwards.
places things could have gone terribly wrong, but they didn't. And so
Oh, but they will.
But this is real life. This is real excitement and adventure. You really can feel like, oh, I did something. I'm not just a piece of baggage that was brought from one place to another.
I'm thinking, this has never been done before. So you're not expecting everything to be like a menu. It is really happening. We are all learning this together.
I've been following this expedition crew for several years, and they're very ready to handle any situation on any submersible dive.
You're an explorer. You're like the polar explorers, those first guys who just knowing not everything is prepared for and things may go wrong and you may have to think yourself out of a problem.
I wonder if he has the same feelings now. Yeah, see, Elise, I was talking about that too. James Cameron, who's like a fucking like expert diver, like explained that what the like they just fucked it up, man. This is so we're watching this fucking like commercial for this that happened like obviously before this, but it's just funny this guy keeps talking about, well, things could have went wrong, but they didn't, so it was fun. And now like they're dead. They're dead, Dennis. Get a grip.
That's a real thrill. When we are resurfacing again, we're coming up and sunlight's coming in and the water's going from dark to green and bubbles are coming up, and it's just like magic. It's just like Avatar. And yeah, key thing is just none of us wanted it to end.
It's wonderful. It's the best thing I've ever done.
We hear in October that you are going to do a dive to a Nazi submarine, a sunken U-boat. So that sounds great.
I hope to join OceanGate for the Titanic expedition, which is happening next year.
We're going to do it again.
No, you're not. A new era of deep sea exploration. Research. Hudson Canyon. What is with this guy? Oh my god. Catalina Islands. Just go on a cruise. Oh my god.
It's almost impossible to describe what it's like to be underwater, which is why I wanted to launch OceanGate. OceanGate's mission is to expand humanity's understanding of the ocean through exploration, research, and responsible commercialization. The reason that it's critical that people go underwater and explore the ocean in person in a submarine versus a robot is that it establishes an emotional context and a awareness that is personal.
It lets you have a first-hand experience of that environment and see what's down there with your own eyes versus just watching it on a video screen. And that's where the manned sub really shines over the ROV.
Submersibles can be used by a number of different groups. Researchers who might be looking at biological resources, geologic formations, or infrastructure issues. Government agencies, commercial operators such as salvage companies that might want to inspect shipwrecks prior to salvaging them or look at a sunken ship for insurance purposes. And then there is the adventure tourist. These are individuals who want a different travel experience, who might want to come with us to see the Titanic or hydrothermal vents or tons of wrecks yet to be discovered. OceanGate owns 3 submersibles. We have Antipodes, which can go to 305 meters or 1,000 feet. Cyclops 1, which goes to 500 meters or 1,600 feet. And Titan, which goes to 4,000 meters or 13,200 feet.
It doesn't anymore. That joke's never gonna get old, okay?
All our submersibles can carry 5 people. That is typically a pilot, a researcher, and then 3 mission specialists. It's very unique. Most other submersibles, even the shallow diving submersibles, are 3-person submersibles, or they're 40 and 60-person tourist subs. So we fit a niche of reasonably high capacity for a research submersible and significant depth capability.
Recreational depth limits for scuba are around 130 feet, which is nothing for these subs. We can stay down as long as we want, as long as we're comfortable. The controls are driven off of a PlayStation 3 controller, so...
Stop it! Oh my god! You are rich, you asshole. Get a decent set of controllers. Seriously. A PlayStation controller. That is just so fucking comical and goofy. You have this, like, super intricate piece of machinery, and you just slap on a fucking, like, game controller?
A little bit of training, if you know how to play a video game, you can drive one of our subs.
You have huge viewports, and in Titan we have the largest viewport on any deep diving sub. And we also have a number of high definition cameras and 4K cameras. So you have displays and images, and you can see out as far as the light will go, depending on what the visibility is.
I think people will be surprised just how transported you feel, especially when you're underwater and you can't see the light coming from the surface anymore. It might feel kind of odd, but it's also just breathtaking to realize how phenomenal it is what you're doing. And then I think at that point is probably when you'll realize how useful it is for a variety of industries.
I get the greatest joy when we find something new, which is every dive. But when you find something, and particularly when you do that with someone who's never been in a sub before, and going down with a researcher who would say, hey, I've researched this type of fish my entire life, but I've never seen it in its habitat. And they say, that's the first time I've seen it in this fashion, and I've had new insights into that. That really is a moving time for me to hear that.
Oh my God!
6 skill.
6 skill, 6 skill, 6 skill, swear to God, come for it.
I have done thousands of dives all over the world, and I've never seen a 6 skill. So
Is
there
that
you
a
go,
piece?
that's my
Is
first.
that a pair of jeans?
Right, what a great view of him.
That might be one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Get that tail.
Yeah, they straight up just put, like, chum in a fucking pair of jeans. Now that's... Come on now.
The most difficult and expensive aspect of submersible operations is the launch and recovery of the vehicle. And most deep diving subs have dedicated ships with very expensive launch and retrieval systems. We made our system on the backs of the work that was done at the Hawaii Undersea Research Lab, and we launched the sub on the platform that is towed behind the mothership, and then the submersible command module leaves the platform, does its mission, comes back to the submersible, mates underwater to the platform.
Yeah, and you still don't have a GPS tracking on that thing. Ocean Gate. The Titan. No longer. Sad. I wonder how many people have like, their contact page is down. I wonder why. Should we email them? No. I know. Thank you, Elise. I was trying to think of something along the lines of that. Is that chum in your pants, or are you just... No, nobody, don't email them, people. Don't send hate to anybody. Don't be doing that. What did James Cameron say?
I was out on a ship myself on Sunday. I didn't hear about it until I woke up Monday morning. I immediately got on the phone to some of my other, contacts in the deep submersible community. Within about an hour, I had the following facts. They were on descent. They were at 3,500 meters, heading for the bottom at 3,800 meters. Comms were lost and navigation was lost. And I said instantly, you can't lose comms and navigation together without an extreme catastrophic event, a highly energetic catastrophic event. And the first thing that popped to mind was an implosion. So I felt in my bones what had happened. So this entire week has just felt like a prolonged nightmarish charade where people are running around talking about banging noises and talking about oxygen and all this other stuff, and their Coast Guard is out with airplanes. I knew that sub was sitting exactly underneath its last known depth and position. And that's exactly where they found it.
Never question James Cameron, okay? I feel like there's more to that, though. I want to read. I want to find more of that.
Well, the director of the 1997 film Tate. James Cameron, who is also an expert on submersibles, says there may need to be further regulation of the industry. He's been speaking to our science editor, Rebecca Morell.
You've been down to the Titanic wreck site many times. I mean, you've been even deeper. You did the first solo dive to the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
And you came out and saw my sub before I made that dive, and I took you through the whole process. You even sat inside it, so you kind of know what it feels like to be inside it. And that sub went to 3 times Titanic depth, quite literally, safely, I'd like to point out. You know, when people go down to a place like Titanic as, let's call it a citizen explorer, right? I don't like tourists. I think somebody that's willing to spend that kind of money and do that kind of preparation and devote weeks of their life, they're a citizen explorer.
Okay. Okay, so he's being charitable. A little too charitable. But we'll take it. We'll take the charity.
They shouldn't have to worry about the vehicle that they're in. Worry about Titanic, because it's a dangerous site, you know, for entanglement and collapse. You could have a structural collapse on the sub. You know, it's a very dangerous site, but understand the risks, agree to those risks, but don't be in a situation where you haven't been told about the risks of the actual platform that you're diving in. In the 21st century, there shouldn't be any risks. We've managed to make it through 60 years, from 1960 until today, 63 years, without a fatality. Most people don't know this.
Oh,
no fatalities, no major accidents in deep submergence. There were a couple of fatalities with very shallow operating subs in the late 60s, but that's longer ago than the time from, you know, the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk to the first 747s flying.
Right.
So you can imagine there's been a lot of development in between. So, you know, one of the saddest aspects of this is how preventable it really was, you know, and that to me is the greatest heartbreak of the whole thing.
Well, I wanted to ask about that because, I mean, you know a lot about submersibles, having designed your own one, but safety concerns had been raised with
Absolutely. And they should be raised. They should be raised because they cut corners. They used unproven experimental technology on a sub that took passengers. And to me, that's inexcusable. And they were uncertified. And they knew that the certification process would not approve the technologies that they adopted. I think it's fine to be an innovator. You know, the sub that you sat in, that we built and that I operated to the deepest place on the planet, was an experimental craft. I own it. It was not certified. It was an experimental craft. Just like, you know, the Mercury and Gemini and Apollo rockets were experimental craft. They weren't certified, but they weren't taking passengers either. You know,
Right.
I think
Right.
the second that
You weren't endangering
create a
other
business
people's
model
life and making a
around
profit off it.
asking people for $250,000 to take them to some place, you have to ensure their safety. You have to jump through every possible hoop.
Yeah.
And you have to
I
listen
agree.
to the consensus in the engineering community. You know, I would submit that there's a terrible irony here. Here we have at the wreck of Titanic, we now have another wreck that is based on, unfortunately, the same principles of not heeding warnings. Ocean Gate were warned. They had people working internally, apparently, that basically quit. They had some of us, I wasn't involved directly, but there were some of us in the deep submergence community that got together and wrote a letter to them saying, we believe that you are going on a path to catastrophe. That's a rough quote, something like that. And we all have, you know, a concern here because it will be a setback for the deep submergence community because of this, because of the, you know, the poor, let's call it poor choices. I don't want to say reckless, but let's say poor choices.
He's
that
too
were made.
charitable.
Filmmaker and submersible expert.
He's like too nice. Is this the same thing?
What is, you know, this was an experimental design. There's no question about it. It's a carbon composite. You can tell us more about what that actually means. I mean, it's the kind of stuff used in spacecraft, but is it designed for deep underwater pressure? And what is the danger of that kind of material in this kind of environment?
It's completely inappropriate for a vessel that sees external pressure. You know, carbon fiber composites are used very, very successfully for internal pressure vessels, like, let's say, a scuba tank. And you can get 2 or 3 times multiple of what you could get out of steel or aluminum for that type of pressure bottle. But for something that's seeing external pressure, all of the advantages of composite materials go away and all the disadvantages come into play. So if you're using a uniform material like steel or titanium or ceramic or acrylic, you can do computer modeling with a high degree of accuracy and confidence. The second you start doing carbon composite or any kind of composite materials, you're introducing 2 materials that are in contact with each other, the filament itself and then the epoxy matrix that it sits within. And at that point you have degradation failure. So we always understood that this was the wrong material for submersible hulls because with each pressure cycle, you can have progressive damage. So it's quite insidious because you may have a number of successful dives, which is what happened here, and then have it fail later.
Well, we also want to point out OceanGate's former director of marine operations. He wrote this engineering report in 2018, I think it was. He focused his criticisms on the company's decision to rely on acoustic monitoring the sounds the hull made under pressure as opposed to a scan of the hull. According to him, the company claimed no equipment existed that could perform that kind of a scan on the 5-inch thick carbon fiber hull.
Yeah.
I know it's difficult to say, obviously, without reading the report, but I'm wondering what you make of that because it seems like this company was making a big deal about the sensors they had that could, you know, sense a problem with the hull, and if they could sense there was a problem, then they would have time to turn around and go back up. Clearly, they didn't.
It's a bit like saying we have a bit of a poor design for the engine in our jet or our rocket ship, but we have a sensor that will tell us if it's on fire. To me, that's cold comfort, and I think that if you're building a hull where you need to have sensors to tell you that it's failing, in the process of failing, you have no business designing subs or being in that sub. They touted it, I believe, you know, as a good thing, as a safety protocol. But I consider it a bad thing because it sheds a light directly on the fundamental flaw of their design.
Rafis said, I saw a video saying the aunt of the 19-year-old son was terrified, but wanted to, or the 19-year-old son was terrified. Wait, the aunt or the 19-year-old was terrified? Yes, yes. Man, my stomach is killing me. Oof. Trying to keep it cool. It's rough though. It's a rough day with the stomach. So, speaking of things that churn my stomach, we are going to have an update about Andrew Tate, who is getting charged with R-word and human trafficking. This is going to pretty much result in lots of trials. It's going to last a long time, and his life is tied up. He also looks like a mess. Jesus Christ. You're a mess, woman. But I think we all missed the debate, Andrew, or not debate. It wasn't a debate. It was just an interview with a BBC reporter. And she just fucking handed him his ass. And I don't think we watched this together. I think I kind of missed it. But, like, and I've seen bits here and there. So it's going to be really interesting. It's also really shitty quality, I noticed. You were panicking all weekend over the Titan thing of them down there trying to recover. They died instantly. Instant. No pain. Just instant, like that. In fact, quicker than that. Like, I can't clap fast enough. It was a little disturbing because, you know, at first I was, like, imagining, like, they were just, like, floating down there with, like, no lights or anything, no power, just adrift at sea, having a long, complicated think about their lives as they slowly drift into the death current. I don't know why I turned into a pirate just then. So anyways, yes, Andrew Tate charged. His brother Tristan and 2 associates also face charges. All have denied the allegations. Well, of course they do. The Tate brothers appeared in court for the first time on Wednesday. As he left the court, Andrew Tate says, "I love this country and I look forward to being found innocent." The brothers were first arrested at their Bucharest home in December before being moved out to house arrest in March. The indictment deposited with a Bucharest court saying that the 4 defendants formed an organized criminal group in 2021 to commit human trafficking in Romania, but also in other countries, including the US and the UK. It named 7 alleged victims who say they were recruited by the Tate brothers through false promises of love and marriage. Andrew Tate, the self-proclaimed misogynist. I love how that's linked. Yes. And it has its own article. Oh, yeah, this is... Oh, God. Yeah, we're going to watch this interview. So... Nasty stuff. So these boys just spent a lot of time convincing women that, you know, they were in love, they were going to get married, but really they took them to Romania and told them, just kidding, you are now going to work for me by doing online porn, and I'm going to take most of your money, and you can have like a % and like an allowance. And that was his business. So, are you like a professionally... What, me? Am I a makeup artist? Look at my face. Do I look like I'm a makeup artist? No. I don't even wear makeup. Like maybe maybe I darken my eyebrows a little bit, but like put on some like all like my cosmetics, like I've got like 2 things You envy my skills? No. Honey, I literally don't put on makeup. I don't do makeup. I don't. Oh, and the thumbnails. Oh, yeah, I used to wear a lot more makeup. I don't quite recently. But no, not professionally trained at all. In fact, all the makeup I wore is like from the dollar store. Let's get on with this, folks. Okay, take a break. I need to grab a drink. Hold on. New drink. More ice. And then we'll get started on this interview with Andrew Tate. It's almost 40 minutes long. And yeah. Ugh, my stomach is giving me hell today. I mean, I'm fine. It's just like... It's not exactly helping me be in the best of spirits. I have IBS, in case anybody's wondering. You're not, but I'm just gonna forcefully tell you. So, like, sometimes I get, like, flare-ups for, like, the weirdest things. Like, 2 days ago, I ate clam chowder, like, right before bed. So now my stomach's gonna, like, suffer for a week. The same thing happened when I drank that stupid Logan Paul energy drink. It was seriously, like, a week and a half of my stomach, like, not being able to, like, get back to things, so... I feel like I can't eat anything anymore. Just sip ice water all night. It sucks too, because it's like I'm hungry, but like my stomach is, it's like, no, nothing. Do not. I don't wish IBS on my worst enemy. Like, it's like, I could totally fucking hate somebody, and if they're like, I have IBS, I'd be like, that sucks, I'm sorry. Like, it's just not even funny. Stress has a lot to do with it, but I don't feel stressed. Yeah, it's just dumb. I'm like, I'm gonna have a bowl of soup and go to bed. Like, nope, I woke up, and everything just, like, curdled in my guts. Ugh. Whew. Okay. Andrew Tate. I just splashed water in my face. Okay. Let's do this. This is gonna be funny. Wait, who is this guy? What is he saying? I saw an interview conducted by BBC with Andrew Tate that the news organization heavily edited down to 8 minutes and 53 seconds from over 38 minutes. Even with the heavy editing, the video clearly appears to have had the opposite effect to what the BBC wanted. It doesn't prove his guilt or his innocence in his ongoing case. where he isn't formally charged with a crime, but it also doesn't paint the BBC in a good light for trying to do a hit piece style interview that backfired. There's a disparity once being said and accused about him. This is obviously a Tate supporter. I mean, oh, well, look at it. It says Gentleman Masterclass. What other fucking shit do they have? Oh, no. Why does this scream like... Oh no, talking about Rolexes? And... What is this? Okay. Well, he's got the full interview. I guess it was edited down. But Andrew Tate doesn't need help looking bad. He makes himself look bad all the time. Ugh. Okay. Oh, stop it. We don't want to hear your commentary.
We are doing an interview with you.
This is bad sound quality.
Because you're facing some very serious allegations.
Correct.
Rape, human trafficking.
Yep.
And also because there's a great deal of concern about the things you say and the impact that they have on young people, on women.
I don't think the concern's about the things I say. I think the concern is for the level of influence I have and the reach I have. I would argue that a lot of the things that are already out there inside of the legacy media and the matrix as a whole are far more damaging than the things I say.
It's the concern about the influence you have being a harmful influence, but let's start with the allegations.
Not necessarily a harmful influence. The fact that I'm massively influential over the youth, and I understand that, but it's my influence as a whole which people are afraid of, not necessarily the things I say.
Let's start with the allegations. Have you raped anybody?
Absolutely not.
Have you trafficked anybody?
Absolutely not.
Exploited any women for money?
Absolutely not.
But you
have
admitted using emotional manipulation to get women to work in the webcam industry.
Yes, he did. He did. We watched it. We watched the previous videos, like the leakage from his Hustlers University, where he literally laid out like how to entrap women into a relationship where they are forced to like work for you. Are you fucking kidding me? He did it plain as day. He's literally just being like, the sky is not fucking blue. Like, come on now.
Firstly, let's begin let's start at the beginning. I'm facing charges. The first one you mentioned, the rape one's already been thrown out by a judge because there's no evidence of it.
No, they're not. You're being charged.
Secondly, it's very difficult for me to sit here and have a very frank and honest conversation with you while we're in the
This is like just before the charges, though, by the way. So this is a little bit of like hindsight.
Territory of Romania about a legal case that's going on within Romania. I have to protect myself. I've agreed to do an interview with you, and I want to be as honest with you as possible. But I can't incriminate myself in any way, and I have to be very careful with what I talk about.
There are no charges yet.
Correct, there are no charges.
There are now. There are charges of rape and sexual human trafficking.
There are no charges, and I've agreed to speak to you, but I have to be as honest and frank as I can while also protecting myself and following my legal counsel.
So let's talk about what you've said yourself then. You have said on the website, for your original website for the Hustlers University, that you emotionally manipulated women to fall in love with you so that you could get them working in the sex industry for your financial gain.
As I said, I have to be very careful with what I say, but let's put it this way. No women are coming out against me and accusing me of doing it.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes.
There's 7 of them.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Who?
There's testimony from the current investigation.
The current investigation, which I cannot discuss, which I know intimately and you don't, I can tell you right now that the women who are in this...
He doesn't know as much as he's letting on. He really despises being in any position where he's like not the powerful one. So, like, whatever she says, he's just going to counter with, like, pretty much the opposite. Even though it's, like, he knows better. Like, there are women coming out and speaking against you. That's why this is a problem, honey! That's why you're here, obviously. Can you all hear this just fine? Or is it, like, still too quiet?
Case file. There are 2 American women who have been caught already admitting they're lying, and then nobody else is accusing me of anything.
To begin with, it's very common in cases like this that the alleged victims do not always see themselves as victims.
Well, that's very interesting. It's actually extremely interesting, because if I was a matrix-controlled organization and my goal was to slander somebody and try and destroy their name, you're telling me that they've chosen a crime which, 1, is heinous, of course, because it damages the person's credibility, and 2, you're saying that even if everyone else involved, if you have 5 people and everyone's sitting there saying, no, nobody's hurt anybody, we like Andrew, we've all worked together, or we're friends, etc.
That's not what everybody's saying.
No.
Let me read you some of the testimony from the current investigation.
Can I finish this?
One of the witnesses said...
Can I finish this?
You're not answering the...
No, sit down, boy. God, he just can't stand not being the dominant person in the conversation. He's getting all uppity. And wear a fucking jacket that fits.
Can I finish, please?
You're not answering the question.
I am answering the question. You're saying the people who are involved in this, even if they say they're not victims, that they're still going to try and attack me and pretend they're victims.
Treated as victims by the case that's ongoing. And not all of them are saying that. One of the witnesses says...
We can't go into the case. The case is open and active.
Dang.
Well, let's just be clear that not all of the witnesses in the case are behaving in the way you describe, and even those that are...
Dang. They can't discuss, like, some things because it's part of the case. She had some info there. She definitely had some info. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to see it.
It doesn't bar them from being treated as victims by the prosecution, by the case.
We have an open criminal investigation. I am absolutely not really sure I'll be found innocent. I know the case better than you. I know it intimately and you don't. I have seen all the criminal files and the evidence against me and you haven't. I know the truth of what happened and you don't. And I'm telling you absolutely not really, I've never hurt anybody, that the case that's been put against me is completely and utterly fabricated. And I'm never going to be found guilty of anything. And it's very difficult for me to answer your in-depth questions because we're sitting here inside of the territory of Romania. I'm beholden to the Romanian legal system. And I'm not going to incriminate myself because you're trying to prod me. You are wrong, and we're going to have to accept that for now and fuck with you.
Let me read you then what you have said about what you have done.
Sure.
You have said...
It's kind of funny, just like how much his head is up his own ass. Like, it's just the shit, like the sentences he forms. Like, you can't be serious. He's a grown-ass man believing in the Matrix.
My job was to meet a girl, go on a few dates, sleep with her, get her to fall in love with me to the point where she'd do anything I say, and then get her on webcam so we could become rich together.
I don't think that's what I personally said. I think that's
exactly what you said.
That's literally quoted from what you fucking said.
That's no, I've never said that. That's something that you found on the internet. Doesn't mean I've said it.
Yeah, she found it out on the internet of you. She found you in a video on the internet saying that shit.
And again, once again, if any female on the planet has a problem with me, I strongly recommend her to go to the police and try and pursue me for criminal charges. It's actually very interesting that me, one of the most famous people in the world, who's been vilified by the legacy media and posted all over the internet, while everyone has attacked me from every single angle, while federal agencies from multiple countries have called over 2,000 women who know me, we stand here with 0 new accusations since my arrest. 0. If you took any famous person, any man with substantial wealth, and you called 2,000 women who knew him, he'd find an ex-girlfriend is upset, somebody who wants money who's upset. They called 2,000 people who knew me and could not find a single woman to make a new complaint. The only complaints they have against me are the initial complaints, which we can prove are lies, and that's where it stands. So I'm not going to sit here and allow you to pretend that I'm some kind of evil predator, when actually I'd argue the fact that people who've been investigated to the level I've been investigated to, if you were to take the average man on the street and investigate his entire life for 14 months, call everyone who's ever known him, and vilify him in the media and encourage people to come forward for money, and you try to contact every ex-girlfriend that's ever had.
Would come forward and accuse those people of rape and accuse those people
I think that you would have a lot more. I think you would have a lot more flack than I've got. I'm actually such a nice person that I've never had anyone come.
Oh Jesus! Seriously. His head is shoved so far up his fucking ass. I'm surprised he can't see his own monad. Like, no, my smoky pen. Shit. I need a paper towel. Hold on. Try some dry corn chips. Maybe that'll help settle my stomach. Maybe not. I'm a nice man. He literally thinks he's Neo, like... Yeah, he said it, folks. He's a nice guy. We can all go home now. Case closed.
Since your arrest, who says exactly those things, that with you it's all manipulation, there's an ulterior
Is this Sophie?
Everything
Is this Sophie? Oh, it's Sophie, the fake name, no face, the story that was
wanting
invented.
to please him and wanting him to be happy, that I was just kind of, yeah, okay, do whatever you want.
And what is she accused? Has she accused me of a crime, this imaginary Sophie?
She's making the point that there is
Has she accused me of a crime?
Emotional or psychological manipulation.
I've asked you a question and I've allowed you into my house.
I'm asking you a question.
Correct, but you're not the boss here because I've allowed you into my house.
There it is. There it is. He has to be on top. Like, he can't fucking stand it. Look at him lean forward. He's like about ready to fucking pounce her. He's getting pissed.
I'm asking you the question.
Correctly, and I'm telling you.
You get to decide the answers.
No, we're equal here. I've allowed you into my house. You don't come here with a position of authority. I'm doing you the favor as legacy media, giving you relevance by speaking to you. And I'm telling you now, this Sophie, which the BBC has invented, which there's no face of, nobody knows who she is.
The BBC did not invent.
Of course not. And because you never invent anything. And she's not filed criminal charges against me. What are we talking about here? What is she saying?
Talking about emotional manipulation in the sex industry for your financial gain.
Absolute garbage. She has not filed criminal. This person, if they exist, has not filed criminal charges against me. I welcome anybody who believes I've harmed them, male or female, any point in the past to file criminal charges against me. I will fight them. I know who I am, and I know what I've done, and I know the truth, and I know that I'll be found innocent of this attack. The reason I'm being attacked is because of my massive influence, not because I've ever hurt anybody.
Oh Lord. You're not being attacked because you just happen to be influential. You're influential because, like, you're the most influential piece of shit on the face of the planet. I don't think he's connecting the dot, probably because of, like, some sort of narcissism shit. I don't know, I'm not a psychiatrist. But it's like, yeah, finger gun, right? He's just... It's so weird how obsessed with power he is. Like, having power over others. And then when he's confronted with that, like, hey, you like to have power over other people. That's how you make your business. Then it's like, no, I'm a good guy.
You to sit here and say that everybody around you is saying you're innocent, but that doesn't matter because the state will say they're victims and they're just going to grab everybody you know and call everybody victims, even if they say they're not, and try and put you in jail. You are describing a Matrix attack. You're not describing human trafficking.
You're a grown-ass man. The Matrix is a fictional movie. Stop it. Like, stop it.
I'm describing women who are going to court to accuse you of rape and human trafficking.
We will see what women go. We will see what women go to court at the end of this trial. We'll see which women go to court.
Can I finish, please?
We'll see which women go to court.
I'm describing women who are going to court to accuse you of rape and human
Sophie
trafficking.
hasn't gone to court. Sophie doesn't exist.
I'm describing women who have spoken to the BBC at length.
Sophie doesn't exist.
And other media organisations about what they say is emotional manipulation and coercion. And I'm quoting back to you your own.
Forget about Sophie. There's multiple women. Get over the Sophie thing and shave your damn beard.
Words where you describe.
They're not my words.
Coercion.
They're words you found. They're words you found on the internet, and Sophie doesn't exist.
On your
so let's move on to the next
in
subject.
your voice.
Move on to the next subject.
No, I think I'll stick on this one for a minute. So there's other places in that same website where you say you get girls to fall in love with you, and they do it because they love you, because they want to do what you say. Convincing women to take part in some kind of business arrangement doesn't work long term because they're emotional. You've got to get them to fall in love with you.
Once again,
that's coercion, that's emotional manipulation, that's abuse.
What you've found are clips from the internet, some text from the internet, and you're going to sit here and tell me that that's the reason.
No, your website, your words.
It's not my website.
Yeah! Yes! It was literally on your website!
All right, let's get to the main story. So you're asking if there was some Andrew Tate updates.
Yeah.
There has been a lot, actually. The UK police told her they believe her account, but and
This isn't it. Where is it? Is it gone? No, not new video leaked.
Right. Hustles University. 55. We're at 55 now. You should have learned a whole bunch of shit. Why is your buyer going to give you money? And do this intricately. Like, do it down to the tiny... doesn't motivate. 58. Success is exponential. When you've done something once, it's much quicker to do it again. It's the same with anything. Just say you start driving, you parallel park once, it takes forever. Eventually, you get good at parallel parking, it's quick. It's exactly the same with anything else you could do, because if you listen to the advice in here...
This isn't it, but there was like one of these videos where he literally laid out like you get a girl to fall in love with you, and then like you offer them a business proposition, tell them it was all fake. He literally laid out how to entrap women and emotionally manipulate them into working for him in doing pornography. Sorry if my chewing is annoying.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Check my website. Next.
It's the website you've taken down, and I wonder why those comments have been taken down.
No website's been taken down. My website is the same. It's been the same for a very long time.
The comments on...
This used to be way different. crypto investing. Yeah, like, why would you pay for this shit? It's not accredited anywhere. It's not going to help you.
Hustlers University.
Hustlers University.
Hustlers University 4.0
is an online university helping people like you make money online.
I started December 16th and I reached 10K within January.
And I got another client just last month. That's what took me to 5K.
I've taken 14,000, made 52,000.
There's also been a lot of people who lost a lot of money with this shit. $50 to join? Oh my god. Take the red pill? Never! The Matrix is cracked. This is your chance. A portal exists. An escape. This will be the most important decision of your life. Take the red pill. Join the real world. We are waiting for you. Let's join. No, I wish. If I had money to waste, like, I would, like, maybe just, like, poke him. But it's just, like, boring, like, low-quality videos that he's put together. But I remember when, like, my very first, time that I covered Andrew Tate, I remember looking at the website, and it was a lot different. It was worded much differently, and he even had, like, a paragraph on, like, that was, like, just straight up, just like, I make women fall in love with me, and then I make them work for me. Like, it was just really creepy stuff. Like, we all saw it.
This website, on the original website, have been taken down, and I wonder why.
You are accusing me, I'm guessing, what you're trying to say is you're accusing me, and you're trying to say that I'm guilty of the things I'm accused of, and I'm emotionally manipulating people.
I'm saying that you have said you emotionally manipulated people here for your own financial gain.
No, absolutely not.
And I'm asking you about that.
Absolutely not is the answer. I look forward to the end of this trial. I look forward to clearing my name. I look forward to the BBC and the legacy media having to say not guilty and having to tell the truth. As I've said before, the only other person who's been found, despite absolute rigorous, destructive levels of investigation and prodding into my life, is this imaginary Sophie by the BBC who doesn't exist. And
Andrew Tate said probe. He was probed.
if you were to find any single other man on earth and try and analyze his life forensically to the level they've done mine, you would find genuine damage to people. I don't hurt people.
It's not just...
Thousands of women have come out in my defense. Thousands of women have come out in my defense, and you've not mentioned it. Thousands of women come out in my defense.
Because the problem is when women accuse you of serious crimes.
Okay,
and emotional manipulation.
But let's agree that thousands of women... let's agree that
it's
thousands...
It's not the problem that some people say you haven't done it. It's a problem that some people say you have.
Thousands of women come out in my defense, and as we stand right now, we have an open criminal investigation. The people who are involved in the criminal investigation are saying that we're not victims of anything. Andrew's fine, he's never hurt us. You're saying, no, I have the opposite to that. I have to counter that. I have someone called Sophie with no face, a fake name, who we've invented, and she's not accusing you.
Over Sophie. There's not just one woman. There's multiple. Why aren't you mentioning them? Why are you so hung up about Sophie? Fuck Sophie. I hate Sophie.
Do anything criminal. So I don't see the whole point you're trying to make here.
You say you manipulate women. They say you manipulate women. Why wouldn't people think you do?
I'm not here. Do you think I'm manipulating you?
I'm asking you about the testimony you've
You're trying. You're trying. You're telling her, like, I'm the boss. Like, you can't come in here and take control of the fucking conversation. I decide where it goes. Like, you're trying. Unfortunately, or fortunately, she's not putting up with your shit. God, the nerve of this woman. Nerves of steel. I don't think I could do that. I think I would just end up beating him to death with my notepad. And even though it seems impossible to beat somebody to death with a notepad, I would make it possible. On Andrew Tate.
Your website and the testimony women have given
You've
about
printed something off that you found on Reddit, and you're going to sit here and say that that makes me a bad person. And I'm saying that you should know better as a journalist and do some proper journalism. Let's investigate the fact that thousands...
I think you should answer my questions properly.
I am. I already have, and we should move on. She's just trying to start an argument.
It's not only about the criminal allegations. It's a much bigger issue. You've got children's organisations in the UK, you've got rape organisations in the UK, you've got the police naming you by name as someone who has a harmful influence on children and on women in the UK and elsewhere because of the things you say, because of the way you present gender relations, the way you say men should treat women.
That's very upsetting. And the reason that's very upsetting is because I know that's not true. I'm genuinely a good person. I believe my impact on the world is positive. In fact, if you were to read the comment section of nearly any video I post, especially by the legacy media, 95% of the population agree with me. Most people know that the things I say are positive. Legacy media as a whole has lost all its credibility in the last 3 to 4 years. Nobody believes it. And it's a shame, it's a massive shame that the BBC come here and try and push and purport this idea that I'm a dangerous person. I'm anti-drugs. I've never pushed drugs or any, I'm anti-drugs, I'm anti-violence. The UK is facing a knife crime epidemic, and they're going to sit here and say that I'm the most dangerous man in the UK.
You have said you're the most dangerous man in the world.
I've said I'm the most dangerous man in the world.
Yes,
You've also
you
said
have.
that a woman's intimate parts belong to her male partner. I'm glad you find that funny.
I find it funny that you're sitting here saying that I've said I'm the most dangerous man in the world, and you
did.
You believe that's. When did I say that?
I'm asking if you believe it.
No, you said you're the most dangerous man in the world. Is that some kind of proof?
You said, like, God, he's such a child. It's like watching them interview just like a pissed off kid. Like he's like a 10-year-old.
I'm dangerous. Am I Dr. Evil now? I'm telling you that it's very upsetting that you're going to sit here and that certain organizations in the world are going to try and pretend that I'm the biggest force of evil on earth when I'm genuinely a force for good. I'm genuinely a force for good. And the reason they're doing this is because of the massive influence I have over the youth, and they don't like that I'm telling the youth to think outside of the matrix. He's
way too like reactive. Like he's way too defensive. Like he's not even shutting up. It's almost like he's self-reporting because he's not really listening to what she's saying. She's saying, you said this, and he's like, but you're saying it. It's like, you're not really listening to her. I don't think he wants to listen to her. I think he just wants a chance to, like, defend himself. It's coming off, like, way too defensive that it's, like, suspicious. We know he's a piece of shit, obviously. It's not, but him, in his mind, he thinks he's perfectly innocent.
More things like the BBC, which come here with loaded questions and false narratives and try and paint innocent people as guilty.
You said women's intimate parts belong to their male partner.
I said that if a woman marries a man, she takes his last name and traditionally the man gives her away. I've been pushing traditional religious beliefs because I'm a religious man. And traditional...
Oh, please don't. We've had enough of that. We're full, thanks.
Beliefs in regards to marriage, which everybody accepted 10 to 15 years ago.
So
that's not a crazy conspiracy theory. If you're going to sit here and say that me believing a woman should take a man's last name in marriage makes me the most dangerous man in the world, then you're just going to lose even more credibility than the BBC's already lost in the last 4 to 5 years. If that's your point, if that's your narrative you want to push,
say that
good
men
luck.
should be able to sleep with a lot of women outside marriage. That doesn't sound very religious or very conservative.
That's not what I said they should be able to.
You
I
said
a
that,
lot of
exactly.
high-value men, a lot of rich men do it. And then we discussed at length on podcasts why rich men do it. And we also discussed why women decide to be unfaithful. It's not a gendered argument. We discussed unfaithfulness as a whole. What are the reasons and motivations for men, and what are the reasons and motivations for women? Because you have no time to actually...
Cassie, good to see you.
Time to actually watch my content. Because you have no time to actually watch my content at length and understand what I'm saying, you just...
Oh, it's hot. Maybe it's just me. I need a little airflow. A little bit of airflow, yo. Ooh. You're getting your hair done. That's awesome. Getting it dyed or something. Yay! I get to see Cassie soon. I think he does have a female judge for the trial.
Come here with a small snippet, which we provided to you on a piece of paper.
3 times doesn't make it true.
No, completely. You don't have a clue what I say or what I talk about. You never watch my content. You have small pieces of paper, small clips on a piece of paper, and you're trying to pretend I've said evil things. And then you're going to say I'm the most dangerous man in the world, which is truly laughable.
You said that, not me.
Okay. Do you believe I'm the most dangerous man in the world, Lucy?
I'm not answering your questions.
Well, then we need to change the dynamic of this interview because, and I'll make this clear, I allowed you into my home. I'm doing you a favor, giving you the first interview I'm giving to the public.
She's not there to be interviewed. She's there to interview you, dumbass.
You don't come here with a position of authority. You're not the police. I don't respect the BBC. I don't know you. You do not come here with a position of authority over
so
me.
threatened.
We are equals. We are people. We're citizens of the world, and we sit here as equals. And I see you as my equal. And if you ask me questions, I can ask you questions back. For you to come here and sit down and pretend you're the Gestapo and that you don't have to answer my questions is disingenuous because I don't owe you anything.
Asking questions and you answer.
But I don't owe. No.
However you want.
This is a conversation, and I don't owe you any degree of authority over me. So let's make that clear. And that doesn't matter.
She's not trying to get authority over you. She's trying to get answers. He is so obsessed with her just like saying anything to him in any sort of firm manner. When she sticks to her guns and keeps like asking the question, it's like he loses his goddamn mind. His eyes are all like wide, and then he leans forward like you're not an authority over me. It's like, dude, take a chill pill, please.
A man or a woman or from the BBC or the CNN. I'm here to answer your questions and be honest with you and do you a favor.
Great.
And I'm doing you a favor. But you come here with loaded questions. You're trying to paint a narrative of me which is negative.
I'm asking you about things
fine.
you've said that people are concerned about.
And that's fine. But you're not going to sit here and say you don't answer my questions because you're not above me.
This is also not supposed to be a third degree. It's supposed to be a conversation.
Absolutely.
Well, it would help if you answered the question.
I've answered every question so far.
Let me ask another question.
Sure.
You have said that a woman's intimate parts belong to her male partner, and if she goes on OnlyFans, he is entitled to a cut of her income.
You are extremely, it's very confusing to me why you're going to sit here.
Just answer her fucking question.
Take long format podcasts I've done, which are 3 or 4 hours long, in context where I've sat with OnlyFans girls, 10 or 15 OnlyFans girls, where we've been joking back and forth, ignore every comment and satirical comment and sarcastic comment that the females have made, and then come along and say, you said this, and that, and you're the most evil man in the world. I don't know if you understand what sarcasm is. I don't know if you understand what sarcasm is. I don't know if you understand what context is.
And what did you actually mean?
Satirical content.
So you're saying it's sarcastic?
I'm saying it was a very interesting talk show. And for you to sit here and say that that is my true core beliefs and that makes me a bad person is disingenuous.
Is it?
Of course not.
Was it sarcasm?
Absolutely. You should watch the show.
You were being sarcastic when you said... Let me just clarify.
You should watch the show.
Let me clarify for the audience. You were being sarcastic when you said a woman's intimate parts belong to her male partner.
No.
You didn't believe that.
No, it's not that. It's that you haven't watched the show at length. And you
Stop
should have.
it! Oh my god. Is that a gorilla statue in the back? Like, what is that? Like, back there on the table. Like, what the fuck is that? Is that like a big gorilla statue? It looks kind of like one. Also, what is that room? It's like a really weird room. I don't know how people can like, I'm really minimalistic. I don't like clutter. I don't like knickknacks. I don't like tchotchkes. I don't like a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I'm pretty minimalistic. But I also couldn't see, like, having such a huge mansion that's just, like, got all this dead space and, like, nothing to do in it. Like, I would want a house to actually, you know, feel cozy. That just feels like a factory. It's fucking joyless.
because the woman was saying, my man's car belongs to me because he's my man. And she was on OnlyFans. And then 20 minutes later, when she said she was on OnlyFans, I said, well, you're selling your body, that belongs to him because he's your man. And she laughed, she laughed, and she said, ha ha, yeah, that's probably true. If you watch the show, it will make sense. For you to come here with doing no research at all, and then say, I don't understand what I'm talking about, but I've got this piece of paper with a few things printed off, that's why.
I don't know, understand why he has to be so accusatory. Like, just answer it. Just, like, it's just, fucking just answer it. Like, the conversation would go along much swimmingly if you just would shut the fuck up about her having power over you, or misreading things, or this, that. Just answer the questions and move on.
You're saying the silly things you're saying. You should watch the show, do some research.
Do you believe it?
You already answered.
I've already answered the question.
Not really.
Of course I have. Can we move on? I've answered the question.
Do you believe that a woman's intimate parts belong to her male partner?
Of course not. I've just answered the question. And does this woman believe that her man's car belongs to her? It's not a gendered argument. I really think that it's genuinely sad that when the BBC has a chance to finally interview me at the end of all this Matrix attack, that they don't come here with any kind of genuine openness to try and understand my influence over the world, or the things I push, or what I'm trying to teach.
She is. You're just, like, you're kind of incriminating yourself, dude.
Teach the world, or why I'm a good influence on the world, because I am a massively good influence. Instead, they come here with pieces of paper, with printed out excerpts from 5-year-old podcasts, taken out of context, to attempt the same Matrix attack on me, which has been attempted endlessly. Every single person in Legacy Media has already tried this, and it doesn't work. I really encourage you to read the comment section on YouTube when this goes on YouTube, and you will see that nobody believes a word you're saying.
The reason I'm asking you about these comments is because we've got the chief executive of Rape Crisis naming you individually as spreading a dangerous ideology of misogynistic rape culture.
Absolute.
It's the comments you make that are leading people to say things like
absolute garbage.
National organisations who are saying that are blaming you for increasing levels of misogyny. Schools that are saying they are having increased incidents of girls being attacked, of female teachers being harassed.
If that was
by
true,
pupils, because of you and your teaching.
Harassed? I hate that pronunciation. It should be harass, like with an ass, but like harass. He harassed me. Oh, my.
That's absolute garbage. I have never, ever encouraged a student to attack a teacher, male or female, ever. I preach hard work, discipline. I'm an athlete. I preach anti-drug. I preach religion.
You know, he talks about the power of his influence, but I don't think he's quite understanding what power influence has. Like, he knows, he's like, I'm the most popular man in the world right now, like, I'm a big influencer, but it's like he acknowledges all that he has that power, but he's not comprehending, like, even the stuff he says that is supposedly joking, whatever. Like, kids pick up on that and they think that's how you talk to everybody. I don't think he's Look, he doesn't want to understand, obviously. He's got his head up his ass.
I preach no alcohol. I preach no knife crime. Every single problem with modern society, I'm against. I'm teaching young men to be disciplined, to be diligent, to listen, to train, to work hard, to be exactly like me, with no criminal record, never even yet charged.
There we go. I'm training him to be exactly like me. And I don't think he understands exactly how he really is. Why is his eyes bugging out? He's always just like, it's like, dude, relax.
In this 14-month Matrix investigation. And I'm saying that if men grew up like me, which are hardworking and diligent and emotional control and stoic, we're going to have a better society, not a worse society. To sit here and say that...
Oh, because you are just oozing emotional control right now. You fly off the fucking handle at every syllable she utters. Like, she can barely get a fucking word in. Yeah, you're really under control right now.
Schools in England, which is a failing nation, which has knife crime going through the roof, violence going through the roof, men's mental health going through the roof, and they're going to all blame me because I appeared on the internet 1 year ago, is disingenuous. It's disingenuous. And also,
financial success
correct.
with a Bugatti and a cigar, but it comes with a side order of misogyny.
How does having a Bugatti and a cigar come with misogyny?
Because it's all mixed together.
I mean, it's a Bugatti and a cigar. That seems pretty misogynistic to me. I just saying.
You teach that a woman, if a woman comes home and accuses you of cheating, you should hit her with a machete, shove her off.
Is that what I teach?
That's what you say.
No, if you actually watch the clip.
Actually watch the clip. Are you kidding me? Let's go back to this.
Slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex. A lot of people ask me, well, Andrew, why do you have a machete next to your bed? And my answer is simple. Why wouldn't I have a machete next to my bed? Why don't you have a machete next to your bed? Like, what if someone gets in the house, gets fresh? Some little pussy-ass dude once said to me, yeah, but if it's next to your bed, what if you, like, upset a girl and she catches you cheating and gets a machete? Like, imagine a girl pick this up. If I pick this up, you ain't fucking with me. I'd have my left hand, I'd still like jab, I'd fucking swing low, take your fucking knee out. You ain't gonna see it coming. What would a woman do? Slap the machete, slap her in the face. One hand, machete, and then backhand. I perfected this in pimp school. When I got my PhD, we had to practice if a girl comes at you, you cheated, you cheated. It's bang out the machete, boom in her face, and you grip her up by the neck. Like, shut up, bitch! And her panties get wet. Machete's on the floor, her panties are all wet. You go, fuck her. That's how it goes. Slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex.
Everybody knows this clip again.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, he was just joking. He was just having fun there. That was just kidding around, you know? And he wonders why kids just, like, fucking, like, pick up on this shit. Like, he's not, like, I love it. Like, you said it, dude, and you didn't say it as a joke. You literally, like, were saying, this is what I'm gonna do in this situation. Like, this is how you do this. In pimp school. He goes to pimp school. What the fuck? Oh, my God. Oh my God. Yeah, right. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Tyler. Hello, Katrina. Hello, everybody coming in.
It will be about the woman attacking me with a machete. As usual, you've not watched the video, taken it out of context, flipped it, and attempted to attack me with a small excerpt.
No, because you described very vehemently that if, like, some lady or some girl held a machete up to you, it wouldn't be a threat to you at all. And then that you would proceed to choke her and then sexually violate her. Like, that like, you went to a dark place. It wasn't just like, oh, disarm her, like, take the machete away. It was like, no, I'm going to take the machete away and then I'm going to, like, completely abuse you. Like, I don't, like, and that's not you don't do that to somebody as self-defense, especially the very end part where, you know, it's like the violating part. That's not self-defense. You don't fuck somebody in self-defense. That makes no sense whatsoever. Pimp school only teaches machete self-defense. And had a backhand, apparently.
Let me tell you something, Lucy. I'm sure you're a very nice person. I'm sure you're a fantastic person. But if I were to take everything you've ever said online and just take small excerpts out of context, I could make you look like a misogynist. I guarantee it. In fact, I might actually do that. And then you're going to sit here and say, oh shit, I'm a misogynist because my clips have been taken out of context. If you refuse to watch anything at length and understand...
He's so childish.
Then that's what's going to happen.
The National Police Chiefs League for Violence Against Women, the NSPCC, Rape Crisis, Safer Schools, they are all naming you as being behind an epidemic of misogyny, even amongst primary school children.
The idea that I made primary school children misogynistic because I own a nice car. Is that your argument?
It's the misogyny that comes
not
along with
because
it.
of your
Owning a
car.
nice car is misogynist.
No, it's the
Got it.
misogyny that comes along with it.
How does misogyny come along with owning a nice car?
Because you have an image of financial
I'm glad you're answering my
success.
questions now. We finally got the dynamic.
You have an
right.
image of financial
She's answering my
success.
questions as she should.
Excuse me.
Shut
You have
up.
an image of financial
Oh,
success,
shut
but it comes
up.
along with attitudes towards women that are really problematic.
My attitudes towards women is that women should be protected and provided for, and I've said that at length. In fact, I've said that over 50 times online. You never mention it. I say that my girlfriend doesn't have to work unless she wants to. I take care of her. I die to protect a woman. I've talked about how I've stood up and faced a knife to protect a woman.
And in return, you want authority over her in the way you have over a child or a dog.
Absolutely not. I've said that women should be protected and provided for. And
In return, you want authority over her, because if you have responsibility for someone like a child or a dog, you say, you have authority over them.
if you want to go down this argument, we'll go down this nuanced argument. I said that if I have responsibility for her safety, I should have a degree of authority over her safety. Meaning, and let me explain my point. If I'm the one who has to fight and die to protect her, I'm the one who decides how we walk home. I'm the one who decides the route we take. Because it's unfair for her to say, I want to walk through the most dangerous neighborhood in the world, but you have to face the knives. That's what I've said. And then you're going to sit here and pretend I'm trying to treat women like dogs, which is garbage. Every single man in the world who loves this woman understands that he has to protect her. And every single woman in the world likes the idea of a man who would protect her. If you were to say to most women home right now, do you want your husband to protect you in a violent attack? They'd say, yeah, of course. Nothing I've said is
If you said
misogynistic.
to most women, would you want to lose authority in the relationship, to not be treated as a free and legal equal to your...
I didn't say that. I said I need to have authority over the route we walk home.
When you compare women and the authority over women that you believe you should have to having authority over a child or a dog, it's not the same, because a woman is a free, legal adult.
Correct.
You're equal.
Free, legal adult, my equal. But if I had a girlfriend and we were walking home late at night and I said, let's not walk down that area, it's a bad area, I have to protect you if anything happens, I want to take the long way. And she said, no, I have to walk this way, even though it's the most dangerous route, I must.
Then
I would say you're welcome.
You never explained that, though. You were very, very vehement several times. We've seen it on video of you being like, I control you, you are my bitch, you have to do what I say.
You could do it, you're a free and legal equal, but I'm not going to walk with you and protect you. I think that I should be able to decide the route, because I have an obligation. And my obligation as a man is to protect and provide for females. Everything I'm talking about is traditional gender roles, which I'm having a nice conversation with you, I'm enjoying it. So,
He just said we're having a nice conversation and I'm enjoying it. Bro. Yeah, you're really you are so fucking pissed right now, man. There's nothing you can do. I know you can't strangle her because you're on camera and there's people in the room, and I know that's what he's thinking. He's like, God, I just want to strangle her. But he can't. This is a nice conversation with Lucy. I'm enjoying it. Whatever.
It's been fun so far.
We've got our own camera all this time. People are animals, total shelters.
It's fine. We good?
Yes.
Somebody
Stand by, no attack.
No, we didn't stop, no?
I can do the clap. Now we good?
No, thank you.
If a man broke into your house, wouldn't you want your husband to protect you?
There's a difference between conservative values and emotional control, coercive control.
We're
lack
talking
of
about
consent.
protection now, and I'm saying if someone broke into your house, would you want your husband to protect you?
It's not about conservative values or protection, it's what you're demanding in return for that.
Well, I'll give you this. I don't know who your husband is. I don't know if he would stand up to protect you and die for you, but I'll give you this. If someone broke into this house right now and was a homicidal maniac, I would expect me and the other men in this room to stand up and face them, while you and the other women in this room could protect yourselves. I would actually believe the men should go and engage the attacker. I believe that. And even though I don't know you, and you've come into my house with a hostile agenda, and you've come here to try and make me look bad, I would still stand up to protect you. I would still stand up to protect you because I believe that's my role as a man.
I am asking you about things that you have said that have caused major national organizations, including the police, to worry about you by name. That's what I'm asking you
It's
about.
not what I say.
It's not about whether you protect your partner or not. It's about what you have said that has caused such concern in the UK. And I want to put it to you that
I know.
You don't really care.
Well, because he's got this fantasy world of like living in the Matrix, and people just want to attack him all the time. So, and you know, he was a professional fighter, so I think that's just his mindset. Like, exactly. Like, does he live in an '80s action-packed movie? I swear to God, he does. He thinks he does.
About the harm it causes.
That's not true.
Because
that's not true.
Making controversial statements like this online has made you a lot of money.
Okay, so first thing, I genuinely am a force for good in the world. You may not understand that yet, but you will eventually. And I genuinely believe I'm acting under the instruction of God to do good things, and I want to make the world a better place. I genuinely believe my legacy is a good legacy, and I believe that eventually, when the legacy media catches up, they're going to understand I'm a good, positive influence. I'm not interested in damaging the world for money, because if I was interested in damaging the world for money, I could have sold drugs, or I could make rap music and encourage everyone to stab each other like all the drill artists do.
Or you could make controversial statements online that attract a lot of followers, who you then direct to your website, where they pay.
I could make jokes. Sure.
Like you.
I mean, I could make jokes online. Who doesn't? I mean, I could make a joke online.
Are you saying that all the controversial things you've said are jokes?
No, I'm saying that these organizations and the BBC who are going to sit here and pretend that I am the face of damaging the youth is absolutely garbage.
You are.
It's completely disingenuous.
I'm
sorry,
we have agreed to do an interview where you are going to ask questions that are going to give us the opportunity to clarify some things. These are very loaded questions. And so far, I'm sorry, I have arranged this and I'm talking right now. So, these are very loaded questions, and this is not what we discussed, and this is not the conversation that we agreed to.
We were very clear that the questions
You're sitting there and just accusing, we're not here to face new allegations. This has all been discussed, answers have been provided, so if we could please move on from this side of the interview, I would appreciate it.
I would like to hear what Andrew's got to say about the fact that when you make controversial statements, it attracts people to follow you, and then you direct them to your website where they pay you a monthly fee to learn how to be like you. And so the more controversial statements you make, the more money you get.
The fact that that's the path you've outlined to one, my online university, and two, my presence on the internet, the fact that you believe that's the path just shows you've done absolutely zero research. Genuinely
She's
zero
doing research right now.
Okay, so how many of the people who sign up for Hustlers University come to you through your social media?
Genuinely zero research.
How many of the people who sign up for Hustlers University come to you through your social media where you direct them to the website?
And Lucy, I encourage you to go out there, do some genuine research, watch my videos, of course, watch my videos at length, and truly understand what I'm doing.
How many of the people who sign up for Hustlers University at $49.99 a month come to you because they see your social media comments?
There's an online school called Hustlers University, which I don't own. I influence for, along with many other influencers, and they sign up for your website, which I don't own. And once again, that's once again, that's nothing to do with me. And you're going to sit here and say that I made a joke. I made a joke online 4 years ago because a woman said that she owned her man's car, and you made a joke, and that means that you, because you have a Bugatti, are the most misogynistic, dangerous man in the world. This is going down a path of absolute insanity. It's not true. None of this is true. I don't hurt people. I don't harm people. I'm genuinely a positive influence.
You are renowned.
I'm renowned
for offensive and controversial.
That's not why I'm renowned. I'm actually renowned. I'm actually renowned for helping young men, because we talk about there's a men's mental health crisis. We talk about we pretend to
Man, he really just like, he has to have the narrative go his way, and no other way shall it be gone.
They're upset, but as soon as I discuss men's issues, it's misogynistic. It doesn't have to be gendered. Just because I believe men have a point of view and men have rights and men are allowed to think and believe and act a certain way that helps them internally, that doesn't mean it's anti-female. In fact, I believe it's actually pro-female. I think when a man is true to his influence and true to his essence, and he's good within himself, he's a positive influence in the world, and he's positive for the women around him. So just because I discuss men's issues, people say, oh, you're anti-woman. I'm not anti-woman, I love women.
Why are so many women saying that when their boyfriends start following you,
I just love to choke them and threaten them and take their money.
They experience
How many?
more abuse.
How many?
Enough.
Well, this is the first time I've heard of it. So, in fact...
One is too many.
Oh, of course, yeah. So, in fact, I've seen thousands and thousands of comments and have endless emails from women praising the fact that their sons are listening to me, praising the fact that their husbands
the things I'm saying, does it not worry you?
It would worry. It would
You're
worry.
not concerned about it.
It would worry me if I was genuinely damaging the world. But for you to sit here and say, Andrew, you've become the most Googled man in the world. You have billions of views, and one woman is now saying that her husband is not the same man she wants him to be, when thousands and thousands of people are saying the opposite. Well, then I would say that's.
I presented you with case after case after case, with quote after quote after quote of people who are genuinely concerned about the impact you're having, and you brush it off as if it's nothing.
No, what you have done is come here with an agenda. You've come here with loaded questions. You've come here with things taken out of context. You come here with things that you don't understand are satirical. And then you're going to also sit and say that one woman said that her boyfriend changed when he watched one of your videos. And then I don't know what you expect me to say to that. That's
sarcastic and jokes.
No.
That's how you explain the comments you make.
For you to sit down.
Would you like to apologise for any of them?
For you to sit down. For you to sit down. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's easy. For you to sit down and say that one woman said that her boyfriend watched an Andrew Tate video and now he won't do the dishes, or whatever your argument is, and that I'm somehow the worst, most dangerous man in the world because I have a car, it's just disingenuous. And I'm enjoying this interview very much because this shows the world. No. It's great. It shows the world the truth about the legacy media because they beg me for interviews. They beg me. You have been begging me for months. Please, we need to be relevant. And then you come here with loaded questions trying to paint a picture of me, which is completely and utterly false. I am a good, positive influence for the world. The things I teach men are stoicism, discipline, self-respect, hard work, obeying authority, listening to your fight coach, working hard in school, making as much money as possible in your job. If you actually watch the things I say, if you actually watch my comments about women, I've done long podcasts for hours long about females, talking about protecting for them, providing for them, how I believe a woman should be treated in a relationship. I've done all of this, but you don't watch any of it, and then you come here and ask me to answer questions I've answered at length thousands of times.
Since you came out of custody, there seems to have been a lot about your charity work.
Correct.
On your social media.
I've always done the charity work, but now I'm promoting it.
There seems to be a real shift.
Yeah.
I wonder what's behind that.
Well, I've always done the charity work. I've been doing the charity work for years. I believe that it's my legacy to leave a positive influence on the world, and I've been doing charity work for over 5 years. Post my incarceration, my unfair, unjust incarceration, may I add. Post that, I've made it more clear the charity work I'm doing. But this is, once again, very interesting. I spend $25 million a year feeding children, men, male children, and female children in Turkey, and Syria, and Iran, and Iraq. I literally spend $25 million a year feeding children.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know. That's a lie. He does not have that much money. He does not have that much money. He's not doing that. That's a big fat farce.
Man in the world, because 4 years ago I made a sarcastic comment?
Because some people would look at that and say, okay, so before you got money from attracting people to your website by making controversial comments, but that might have got you into trouble. And so now you're looking for a new market. You're looking for a new market of followers who are attracted by a different sort of persona.
I've always done the charity work, so that is obviously incorrect. And I have proof that I've always done the charity work, so you're wrong, firstly. I believe that if you have a lot of wealth, you should help people, and I'm helping people. I also think it's very, very interesting that you could not find another celebrity in the UK or anywhere else who's spending £25 million a year feeding children in war-torn countries. I'm doing that, and I've been doing that for a long time without even mentioning it. I never even said it. And now that I've said it, people are going to attack me for it and say that it's disingenuous. The person in Sudan who's eating the meal, do you think they believe it's disingenuous? No, I think they feel pretty good that Andrew Tate fed them. And to sit here and say that I'm a bad person now because I'm manipulating charity, because I'm using charity, I'm just trying to do good in the world. That's all I've ever been trying to do.
When women speak out against you online, disagree with what you say, they describe being bombarded with rape threats, with death threats, trolling by your followers. Would you like to say anything to your followers about how to behave in that situation?
Absolutely, correct. I would love to do that. First things first, I've yet to see a female stand up and argue with me online. I don't ever see hardly any. Only women who message me agree with me. Secondly, I don't think that anybody who disagrees with me, male or female, should be trolled. I don't think they should be insulted or attacked. I think the ideas should be discussed openly and fairly and maturely. It doesn't matter if a man agrees with me or disagrees with me, or a female. I don't think my followers should come along and attack her, and if my followers are doing that, I'm upset by that. But let's make a very important clarification. That's not my followers. That's the internet. If you were to log into any video game lobby, I don't play video games, and somewhere to say
yes, you do.
Trolled with similar comments.
How do you know there's a lobby? I didn't even know that.
That's the unfortunate reality of the internet as a whole. That's nothing to do with me. But I encourage all of my followers to engage in open discourse and be fair and honest and talk in a way which is mature. There's no need to troll anybody, male or female.
Okay.
Kathy, anything?
A couple of things. I wonder if it would be worth giving Andrew one more opportunity to consider whether or not he would like to apologise or give an indication of how he feels about the allegations that he has negatively influenced young people in the UK. And secondly, I think we should put on record that this interview is taking place in your house because you're under house arrest. If it were not for that, then we would have chosen another location, I'm sure. We would have negotiated that between us. So I think that's just worth putting.
So shut up about it being your house, bitch.
Okay.
You can't leave it.
So, just to put on the record then, you've said that you've invited us into your house.
Correct.
We're here because you're under house arrest.
Correct.
If you were free to leave, we would have negotiated a more neutral setting.
Don't you think, as the BBC, it would be very interesting to come here and discuss the fact that I was put in a dungeon for 92 days and then left in process without charge? Do you think that's a far more interesting conversation than old YouTube snippets? Don't you think that would be interesting?
You're here under house arrest because there's an ongoing investigation into rape and human trafficking allegations against you.
Correct. I've been incarcerated without charge. And don't you think
The rape allegation
It's been dropped.
has been incarcerated for.
Correct. So I'm incarcerated without charge, and I think that would be a far more
You're
interesting
charged
conversation
again
than I
now.
guess Julian Assange is incarcerated without charge, and nobody's interested in that either. So if you actually wanted to do some genuine journalism and investigation, you could have an innocent man who has yet to be charged with a crime has had his liberty deprived of him. And I think that would be a far more interesting angle than talking about me being the most dangerous man in the world because I own a car.
And this question about schools being very worried about your influence.
Yeah.
Boys in primary school or boys as young as 11 are quoting you at school, attacking girls, refusing to respect female teachers.
Yeah.
Would you like to say anything about that?
I'd like to say a lot. First things first, as I've repeatedly said, and the only reason I keep repeating it is because I'm sure this interview will be edited. I am a positive force for the world, and I teach children discipline. I teach the world discipline, male or female, of any age, and a lot of women listen to me as well. 40% of the people who listen to me are actually female. Secondly, I do understand with my massive influence, and I am now the one of the most influential people on the planet, that I do have to be slightly more careful with things I say. I'm not going to disagree with that. The idea that I said something 5 years ago on a video that got 300 views...
So what do you mean, being slightly more careful?
I'll give you an example. Some of the jokes I made 4 or 5 years ago on a YouTube
Those
channel
weren't
got 300
jokes,
views,
dude.
I would no longer make...
Like what?
Like the OnlyFans joke, the one you mentioned repeatedly. When she said, "My man's car is my car," and then she said she did OnlyFans, and I said, "What do you sell on OnlyFans?" She said, "My tits," and I said, "Well, those are your man's tits." As a joke, ha ha ha. Everybody laughed. The fact that I could do that on a podcast 5 years ago and it only got 300 views, now I understand I'm the most influential man on the face of the planet. I would be more careful with certain things I say. That doesn't mean the things I...
He really likes that title, most influential man on the planet.
originally said were genuinely out to...
There's gotta be some level of narcissism.
Do you really believe you're the most influential man on the face of the planet?
I'm the most Googled person on the planet.
Do you believe you're the most influential man on the face of the planet?
I'm the most Googled man on the planet.
Is he? He might be.
I think we're done.
Yep.
Respect female teachers.
Yep.
Would you like...
That was it. Oh, Jesus. Who is the most Googled person in 2023? Johnny Depp. It's definitely not Andrew Tate. Taylor Swift, Will Smith, Trump, Kobe Bryant, Trump, all time. Okay, rank. But this one says Taylor Swift is at the top. Elon Musk. I can't even see. Oh, Andrew Tate is number 29. He is the 29th most influential person on the planet. Who's down here? Young Gravy. I love Young Gravy. Anyways. Definitely not Andrew Tate. Hey, look, there's me and my face is on a sub. Mob Wives. I don't know why. I've been really getting into this, like, lately. We can't watch it because it's, like, I'm paying a prescription. I don't think most Googled equals most influential. Right. God damn, Andrew Tate. So, 14 hours ago, let's see. Internet personality Andrew Tate will remain under house arrest in Romania for another 30 days from the end of June, pending trial on charges of human trafficking. A Bucharest court ruled on Friday. So he was indicted on Tuesday, along with his brother Tristan, the two Romanian female suspects for human trafficking, rap, and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women. I'm trying to, like, word this without, like, triggering the YouTube gods. I don't know if we can say that word. They are under house arrest pending an investigation into abuses against 7 women whom prosecutors say were lured through their false claims of relationships, accusations the suspects have denied. The 4 suspects were held in police custody from the 29th of December until the 31st of March, before a Bucharest court put them under house arrest, which prosecutors on Tuesday sought to extend. The Tate brothers are citizens of the United States. Oh, I can't fucking read! I can't see! Eh? What's that, Sonny? I can't see. I forgot my spectacles. I'll blow it up big. Anyways. The Tate brothers are citizens of the United States and Britain. Andrew Tate, a self-described misogynist, built up a following of millions on social media, promoting his own lavish lifestyle post, which critics say degenerate women. Degrade women. Degenerate women. Denigrate. Degrade. Denigrate. I don't think I've ever heard. I mean, I get what that's meaning. Yeah, we covered the sub. Unfortunately, you missed it. It's funny because they still have, like, not their main website, but, like, some of their, like, promotional disparage. There is a tendency to denigrate the poor. Oh, I learned learning a new word with Jan. Isn't it fun? Anyways, the court needs to approve preventative restrictive measures such as house arrest every 30 days. It held a hearing on Wednesday, and it said it would rule Friday. We're not the first affluent, wealthy men who have been unfairly attacked, Tate told reporters on Wednesday after the hearing. I love this country. I'm going to stay here regardless, no matter what. And I look forward to being found innocent at the end of everything. That was not his voice. I love this country. I'm going to stay here regardless, no matter what. I don't know, he has a weird accent. I feel like I'm just turning into, like, a Brooklyn mobster. I love this country. I'm going to stay here regardless, no matter what. And I look forward to being found innocent at the end of everything. That does not sound like Andrew Tate, okay. He's just so gross. Speaking of, like, gross on Andrew Tate, what is with his motherfucking, like, scraggly ass, like, hair shit going on? Yeah, he says he was, like, because he used to, like, shave his head, and he's like, I'm bald by choice. I just shave my head. It's like, no, you're not. You're actually bald. Scraggles. And that beard just does not suit him. I don't know. He's so fucking weird looking. I guess that beard makes him, I don't know, like he's got more of like a square chin, because otherwise he looks just kind of like derpy. Trafficking of adults carries a prison sentence up to 10 years. Please go to prison. Interesting. This is gonna drag on a long time. Like, all of this, like, it's just gonna go on and on and on. Like, the unpacking they have to do and his attitude, it's like... Man, he talks way too much. Like, seriously? I wonder if you could just, like, put, like, a sheet over him, like a bird, and he'll just go to sleep. Because his lawyers should do that. Just, shh, go to sleep. Kevin Hull, I've covered Andrew Tate several times. Like... It's, like, he really is, like, I don't know, what's the word for him? He's, like, this thing, and yeah, I mean, it's like we hate him, but it's, like, it's a good internet villain, except for the fact that he's fucking hurting people. But yeah, he's, like, the internet villain. How could anyone take him seriously? Little boys do. Which makes sense, because they're little boys. I mean, it's pretty cool to see a guy talk about strangling a chick and having your way with her as self-defense. As self-defense! He said that, as self-defense. Like, slap her, strangle her, have your way. Like, nobody does that in self-defense. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Andrew Tate. Andrew's taint. That's why people call his following, little tater totters. Little tater tots. That scares me for my daughters. Yeah, I'm scared for all daughters around any kid who thinks this guy is good. I can't tell if I'm hungry or if my tummy's gonna be upset. Because everything I'm hungry for might upset my stomach. Like, I'm really thinking about macaroni and cheese with broccoli, but that's really playing with fire. Andrew Tate. ASMR. A big monkey. Do demons exist? By Teal Swan. I don't really care for Teal Swan. That's all I'm gonna say. I know some people like her, but I think I have a bad taste in my mouth because, like, one time she did do, like, a review of, like, Hyperionism, and it was just very mid. I don't know. So I'm just like, I don't know. Canada launches investigation of Titan's mothership? Well, they should. You know the Navy heard that implode under the ground. What does he have to say about it?
We recently brought you the story of a submersible called Limiting Factor. It was used to reach the deepest parts of all 5 of the Earth's oceans. We took you along as it reached Challenger Deep, nearly 7 miles below the surface of the Western Pacific. Limiting Factor is the brainchild of adventurer Victor Vescovo, and he's been on board as it reached those record depths. He joins us here in studio this morning. Victor, good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I'm sorry for your loss. I know you knew a few of the folks who were on board. I also know you were reluctant to say much about this until we knew what actually happened. How concerned
Fair
were
enough.
you that something was going to go wrong here, and what do you think it was that happened?
It was widely discussed in the submersible community that this design was so unusual, being a cylinder with different materials. It broke many conventions and safety precautions to have spherical pressure vessels made of metal. And so therefore there was a lot of concern that there could be a potential for failure over time. And it's just very unfortunate that's what we believe happened, that over repeated dives, which it made, that it eventually imploded.
Should Titan have been in the water?
As an experimental vehicle, we're always trying to push the boundaries of technology to make it more affordable and more accessible for scientists. But in this case, paying passengers to the Titanic on a submersible that was probably not fully tested was probably unwise.
There are a lot of people that are wondering
It was unwise.
why this is something that people are doing for tourism. It's also used for research, the submersibles that are being used. Why do we need to go to the depths of the ocean in
I
this
don't
way?
care.
Well, the
It's
oceans-
because of the fish, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it was probably not a wise choice. Big think. Demonic possessions of dreams? Oh, what's this? Is this... Can we watch this? I'm always afraid, like, stream's gonna get shut down.
So I've been arguing that REM sleep is crucial for religious consciousness and for human creative.
Wait a minute. Religious... Who is this and what do they believe? Where God and science meet? Ooh. Ooh. So I don't know if I want to do that. It's going to be all religious and shit. Religious consciousness? I mean, what the fuck? I'm trying to figure out what to watch. I really didn't have anything planned. Like, how long have we been going now? I think, like, almost 4 hours. Stop it. Ah! Damn it, I can't get my mouse over. There we go. Oh, no, we haven't. We're barely hitting 3 hours. We don't have to do, like, a super long stream. But I would like to watch, like, a little something more. A little something more. Oh, you got your shirt. That's awesome. Yeah. I love that. Tons of people are getting the Neogenian shirt. If you want to get the Zedek Archway shirt, you can do so by the link that is pinned at the top of the comments. My cat hates my boyfriend. Leader of the KKK pranked by BBC. Trisha Paytas is an actual Nazi. Lots of ASMR. Teen arrested and goes to jail for what? Why I'm not a Christian? I think we watched that, actually. The Duggars? Oh, yeah, that's a fucked up situation.
Clash between old-fashioned values and a modern made-for-reality TV scandal.
Don't downplay this, especially after what you...
So this is like a really crazy case of like, I don't know, it's a little dark. Let's just say that, if you want to get into some true crime stuff.
You guys have done in the name of Christianity and God to other people.
This is a spiritual issue. This is a character issue.
Jim Bob told police
Josh had been disciplined.
The family presented itself as the perfect all-American Christian family.
19 kids.
Let's talk about reality TV, more specifically TLC. Originally established as the Learning Channel in 1980, over the years TLC became the ultimate hub for the most strange, shocking, and disgusting forms of television you could ever be so unlucky to witness.
I love sniffing and chewing dirty diapers. It has to have pee in it.
Whether it be My 5 Wives, Buying Naked, or the 90 Day Fiancé universe,
my inches are where it counts.
Did I really just see some random ass clip of some lady saying that she likes to like eat and sniff like dirty diapers? No. No. Things Jan does not need to hear ever. I could have gone my whole fucking life. Blech. No, I can't think it. No, my tummy's already... Okay, no, we have to move on. No, this is just not a thing people do.
I personally can think of no better way than to end my day with a nice cold beverage and a brand new episode of Cougar Wives. See, over time, TLC discovered that catering to audiences' morbid curiosities is what would ultimately benefit their bottom line the most. The truth is that TLC will broadcast just about anything without a second thought as long as it gets ratings. But this story starts with a modest little family out of northwestern Arkansas, a popular reality TV show depicting Jim Bob and Michelle Duggar's journey in raising a grand total of 19 children under fundamentalist Baptist principles. Over the 8 years they spent on cable TV, the Duggars not only broke records in terms of ratings, but became a spiritual icon for all to bear witness. Growing up in a Christian household myself, I actually spent a fair bit of time watching them with my family. Even at 11 years old, I was never the biggest fan and thought they were a little odd at times.
Oh man, good job.
But back then, my underdeveloped child brain had no real reason to suspect anything more sinister was at play behind closed doors. That is until a series of scandals that rocked not only the entertainment world, but the spiritual community as well. A disruptive wave of rumors, negative media attention, and poor crisis management that ultimately ended with the oldest sibling, Josh, being found guilty of some of the most detestable crimes imaginable. Going from an ideal picture of American purity to now serving a 12-year sentence in federal prison. Join me as we look back at one of the most disturbing timelines in entertainment history and comb through the many missteps that allowed a monster like Joshua Duggar to get away for so long.
Any comments, Bob? Was effective unprecedented at all?
But first, a word from today's sponsor, Bespoke Post.
No, we don't do sponsors.
channel.
Now you may have one or two siblings, but could you imagine having 18 brothers and sisters? No. Well, that is part of the reason America became so intrigued with the show 19 Kids and Counting.
Jim, Bob, and Michelle Duggar, yes, the original Duggars, are here to talk about their ever-growing family and some big news that just came out for the family.
They just like, I don't know, scream Mormon. They just look Mormon. I don't know. It's a look. I can tell.
James Robert Jim Bob Duggar was born on July 18, 1965, in Springdale, Arkansas. Raised by Jimmy and Mary Duggar with one older sibling, the Duggar family didn't start with much. Jimmy being described by his own family as a weak spiritual leader of the home, with Jim Bob attributing much of the family's early circumstances to his father's poor handling of finances. But by attending a private Christian school and becoming a regular at Sunday service, Jim Bob grew to possess strong religious values from a young age and was a heavy participant in church activities. Going door to door visiting potential church members, a friend of Jim Bob suggested he pay a visit to a young girl by the name of Michelle Ruark, a cheerleader who had recently been converted to the faith. Coming from a more secular background than Jim Bob, Michelle was born on September 13th, 1966, and was given way more personal freedoms than any of her 19 children would have. Michelle's early life was much different from the one she'd live as an adult. She wore pants and tells a story of mowing her lawn in a bikini as sort of an example of how secular she was, I guess. She even has a lesbian sister who she no longer associates with. No idea why that may be. Though Michelle once enjoyed regular childhood activities and friendships around the time Jim Bob came knocking at her door. After leaving her house for the first time, Jim Bob said a prayer and later claimed it was love at first sight, while Michelle didn't even remember the encounter.
They were actually going on church visitation, and from the moment I saw her and heard her talk, she was just such a sweet girl that at that point I prayed that she could be mine.
I don't remember that first meeting.
But that's okay, because the two would have another chance to get to know each other when 17-year-old Michelle applied to work at a yogurt shop where Mary Duggar was the manager. Jim Bob was finally able to invite her to a high school banquet, and the two discussed the Bible for hours that night. Before long, they began dating and officially got married in July of 1984. Early into their marriage, the Duggars were actually less traditional than you may think. Unlike today, the Duggars once watched TV and even used birth control at one point, getting off the pill to have their first son Joshua before switching back onto the pill and getting pregnant again, this time resulting in a devastating miscarriage.
And I ended up getting pregnant while on the pill, and we ended up losing that baby.
And at that point, we were...
Pearly things love him. Of course she does. Should I make mac and cheese? I'm hungry. I think I can get away with making mac and cheese and streaming, as long as I, like, put a timer on it. It just sounds so good right now. I also need more water. Okay, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I need more water, and I'm going to put some hot water on the stove. We're doing it. Don't let me forget I have water on the stove. Okay. Just Pearly Things is so full of shit. Like she's just like an airhead. Just a straight up airhead.
So grieved about this, we asked a doctor and he said, yes, sometimes a pill will allow you to get pregnant, but then it can cause a miscarriage. And as we started studying the Bible, and the Bible says that children are a blessing and a gift from God and a reward from Him, we just really felt like that we need to give this area of our life to God.
Attributing the tragedy to birth control, the Duggars swore off contraceptives altogether and began having baby after baby after baby after baby.
And another one, and another one, and another one, and before we knew it, we had so many little ones and just two of us, and I think we began to go, oh my, what do we get into?
It got to where Michelle would be giving
Really?
birth every 18
You're
months
that
on
aloof?
average, despite the plentiful health
God, that's gotta be hard on your body. She's just like perma-pregnant.
concerns. Jim Bob and Michelle had decided the number of children they'd have would be left up to God Himself. A philosophy in line with something called Quiverful, a theological movement that encourages women to bear as many children as they physically can. The name Quiverful coming from Psalms 127, which reads, "Behold, children are a heritage from the Lord. The fruit of the womb is a reward. Like arrows in the hand of a warrior, so are the children of one's youth. Happy is the man who has his quiver full of them." While it's more of a movement than a religion, those that follow Quiverful think of having kids as building God's army. They put heavy emphasis on traditional family values and reject much of the secular world. Women are never to disobey their male authority figures and should always support them no matter what. Even Michelle herself has gone on the record saying women should always be available for sex, even when they're tired. While the family themselves reject this label, and many still categorize the Duggars as Quiverful anyway, considering their track record of historically supporting the Christian patriarchy group Vision Forum, attaching a link to quiverful.com on their website, and having cited the aforementioned Bible verse as to why they have so many children. But maybe the semantics don't matter as much, because all you need to know for now is that Jim Bob and Michelle were building a—
That's so hard, like, because they can't take care of all those kids by themselves, so what happens? They make the older kids become secondary parents, and then the older kids don't even get a chance to have a fucking childhood.
Massive family under God. And after having 12 children by 2002, it was safe to say Michelle had her hands full at the house, especially with Jim Bob.
Kay says, that's so gross. My husband has never made me feel like that. Wouldn't have married him. Yeah, it is gross. Like, I'd be like, hey, let's do it, baby. Like, no, go away. Go hand him a bottle of lotion. Like, here, help yourself. Help yourself, honey. You go for it. You have a whole night of it. Take yourself out to dinner.
Away working a full-time job in politics.
And Michelle would have days where she would call me and say, I'm just overwhelmed. The house is a mess. I can't get anything done. And it was very overwhelming.
Well, no shit.
See, starting in 1999, Jim Bob was a proud member of the Arkansas House of Representatives, serving as vice chair of the Judiciary, House Corrections, and Criminal Law Subcommittee, which is really not what we're here to focus on. I bring this up because in 2002, Jim Bob decided against running for re-election of his House seat to instead pursue a position in the United States Senate, where he and his many children would be famously photographed on their way into the polls on election day, when he lost to incumbent Tim Hutchinson. So, Jim Bob's political career kind of fell flat after that election, but that's okay, because thanks to that viral photo, a brand new opportunity was waiting right around the corner.
And this is James Duggar, and this is Justin. You say hi. And I'm Jim Bob, and this is my wife, Michelle. Welcome to the Duggar
Jim
home.
Bob.
Catching the attention of television producers, TLC's sister company Discovery reached out to the family to shoot a 40-minute TV special, 14 Children and Pregnant Again. Airing in 2004, the documentary explored the unorthodox methods Jim Bob and Michelle used to raise so many kids under the same roof, highlighting the specific day-to-day struggles the family faced. Things like long lines to the bathroom, how they prepared so much food, and how they delegate various chores to each child. As you'd expect, everything was extremely orderly, keeping tabs on every child's tasks with this giant chart and making sure that everybody pulled their weight, so to speak, by implementing a buddy system, as Jim Bob and Michelle couldn't be around every child all the time.
No, when you have so many kids that you need your kids to watch your other kids, you've had too many. That's not fair. They didn't sign up to be parents. You're the parent. If you can't keep track of your kids, stop having fucking kids. Quit fucking.
The older siblings were assigned a younger buddy to look after. The system was that immediately after a baby was
pull out. Does he know how to pull out? I mean, come on.
Weaned off breastfeeding, they were handed off to an older sibling who tended to all of their basic dietary, educational, and even hygiene needs, making sure they got dressed and fed. As the family grew, the older Duggar girls took up most of these responsibilities, while the Duggar boys became occupied with work outside the house or something. Eventually, the family got so big that the oldest daughter
All right. Noodles are on. Timer is set.
Jill, Jana, Ginger, and Jessa, yes, they all have J names, I'm surprised I'm not in the family too, were given an entire group of young siblings to look after, placed into teams that were based on a rotation. Babies being assigned their group sometimes before they were even born, like in the case of their 19th baby, Josie. Being born prematurely, she was passed along to Jana once her medical issues had mostly stabilized, which meant Jana happened to be watching over her during one of her apparent seizures. With their parents out of town, Jana and her grandmother were left frantically trying to get through to paramedics, all while the camera crew stood by and filmed everything. This could have well been Josie's last moments on Earth, and TLC chose to get up close shots of Jana panicking, unsure of how to appropriately navigate a life or death situation. A traumatizing moment only amplified by the presence of a camera crew. Luckily, Josie was finally able to get help, but needless to say, this is all a lot of pressure to put on one family member who isn't certified in dealing with such medical emergencies. It's this kind of built-in exploitation on top of an already questionable buddy system that's garnered plenty of rightful criticism online, with some pointing out the negative implications of siblings being required to parent each other through a process commonly known as parentification. Now, I am by no means an expert on the subject, but certified psychotherapists like Mickey Atkins have gone into detail explaining the various downsides and long-term effects of assigning adult responsibilities to children.
Very common for children who were parentified to grow up and become adults and then realize that there's a lot of identity development that didn't happen, to have this moment of like, oh, I don't really have an identity of my own, and like I don't really know what I like or what I'm interested in. I never got the chance to explore those things because I was so busy being a surrogate parent to somebody else. And I think there really is, again, increased odds for these kids to end up with a disadvantage in terms of developing their own identity and having the opportunity to really explore, like, who am I as an individual?
As far as education goes, the Duggars homeschool each and every one of their kids under what's known as the Advanced Training Institute, or ATI. Established by Bill Gothard in 1984, the ATI is an offshoot of the Institute of Basic Life Principles, or IBLP, which, trust me, we'll definitely be getting into a little bit later. All you need to know for now is that the ATI is basically a homeschooling curriculum that uses random cherry-picked Bible verses to teach reading, writing, and math, which are all included in these helpful little pamphlets called wisdom booklets. These booklets that you can freely access yourself online contain teachings on how to dress modestly, how to style your hair, the sinful act of winking at people, and of course, one even attempts to explain why God allows sexual assault to happen by blaming the victim. To Gothard, assault happens as a result of immodest dress, indecent exposure, being away from parents, or being with evil friends. These educational principles are crucial in understanding.
I am an evil friend.
Understanding the Duggars' traditional lifestyle.
We don't want to stir up desires, different things that cannot be righteously fulfilled.
Where the girls don't wear pants and are encouraged to keep their hair long for the Lord. Even the men are required to dress modestly, with the entire family wearing pants to a marathon.
You could pick out our boys pretty quick because our boys were the ones in pants and everybody else had shorts on.
The family doesn't watch TV, which is ironic because duh. And as musical as they are, provocative dancing is something to be cautious about.
We try not to shake body parts around.
There is no alcohol in the Duggar household. Tattoos and piercings are off limits, and as you can imagine, premarital sex is heavily frowned upon. Just like front hugging and kissing, which are reserved for when you tie the knot.
He must be from the side.
Did you say at some point that you had practiced with your hand?
So I was thinking, you know what? I wonder what it feels like. So I practiced on my hand. I think practicing on my hand was just to see what it felt like.
The Duggars also don't exactly date, they court, which means all dates are accompanied by a chaperone, sometimes being a much younger sibling. The boyfriend must always get permission from the girl's father before making things official, which isn't totally out of the ordinary for some families. But what is a little more unusual is Jim Bob sending 50-page questionnaires to his daughter's potential boyfriends.
It's on the 45-page application. Page 27, section B.
50. No, I ain't filling out your questionnaire. Fuck you, dude. I'm screwing your daughter.
I think he's joking.
Everybody did the 30-page questionnaire.
I'm sorry, wait a second. Jim Bob made you guys fill out questionnaires that
He is not kidding, yes. Yes, they did.
I got sent a 50-page questionnaire. I sent it back at 105 pages.
These strict guidelines are used to promote a higher standard for romantic relationships, especially when it comes to sex, which the Duggars have always spoken pretty candidly about, with some of the daughters even alluding to the night their brother was about to have it during his wedding.
He's gonna have love marks all over, but he won't mind.
In a particularly strange and uncomfortable moment, one of their non-religious cousins, Amy, even attempts to teach Josh how to kiss just hours ahead of his honeymoon.
It's your first kiss, so like, I need to give you some pointers.
We need to practice.
I've kissed a couple of boys in my lifetime.
It was all weird when it first aired, and it's especially weird now, knowing the full context of Josh's unsavory history. But for TV networks, the weirdness made for great entertainment. So Discovery gave the Duggars 3 more specials throughout 2006. Before long, they had become quite the media darlings, winning over the hearts of religious and secular audiences with their lovable, wholesome image, to the point where they were even invited on the Oprah Winfrey Show for an interview late that year. An invitation that was swiftly rescinded once Oprah received an anonymous tip from a woman alluding to a darker side of the Duggar family iceberg.
3 times he told Jim Bob Duggar what he'd done.
His dad brought him in, and he was also there with the church elder.
And it didn't just happen once. That's according to a police report obtained by In Touch magazine.
According to a 2006 police report published by In Touch magazine 9 years later, Oprah Winfrey canceled an appearance with the Duggar family after a 61-year-old woman reached out to Harpo Studios, warning producers of the eldest son Joshua and his then rumored track record of abuse within the family's own home. The studio's response was to contact the local authorities, who opened up an investigation, interviewing several family members that December. While Jim Bob did everything he could to protect his son from questioning, Springdale police still conducted interviews with several other key family members. The timeline, as documented by authorities, began in March 2002, where the police report indicates that Jim Bob, or James as written in the document, was first approached by one of his daughters who accused Josh of touching her inappropriately while she slept. An accusation that, as the report outlines, Jim Bob did nothing about. Not until several months later, when Josh came forward himself and confessed to his father what he had done, confirming the allegation made by his younger sister. It was here that Jim Bob was said to have disciplined Josh on his own terms. What that means exactly, I'm not sure. But it's important to note that he still refused to contact the police or anyone outside of the family for that matter. As far as we know, Jim Bob remained dedicated to keeping this a family secret at all costs, even if
she must have winked at him.
Josh's behavior would continue, which it did. As
My
the
mac and
report goes on-
cheese. Hold on, take 5. Hold on, I'm almost done. Okay, we're good. I got my mac and cheese, but I actually have to transfer to another bowl because it's like too much for this little bowl that I picked out. Great, now that's another dish I have to do. I just don't fucking understand the logic of having so many fucking kids. Like, I get their reasoning was religious, but, like, come on. I think she had 20 kids. That can't be good on your avatar. Just being, like, perpetually pregnant for, like, 25 years or something like that. It's like you have your baby, and then just, like, 2 months after you have your baby, you get pregnant again. Like, 2 or 3 months. Hey, Roxy. Yes, mac and cheese. I know, I'm squeezing the cheese into it now. I don't like to put the cheese in it while it's in the pan, because then I'm like, that's like, you're losing like some of your cheese, so I mix it all directly in the bowl. Oh shit, I need pepper. I'm all over the place, help! You're a mess, Jan! You're a mess. For a moment, I thought I was out of pepper. I was about to be irate. Kate says I've done it twice and I'm good. I don't ever want to be pregnant, but I do want kids. No, this is lemon pepper. I wanted black pepper. Okay, this is the last time I'm getting up, I promise. And we're home free. Okay, let's get back to watching these freaking rabbits.
To state that Jim Bob was made aware of several more incidents of Josh fondling a young victim as he read to her on his lap. The police report confirming 4 of Josh's 5 victims to be his little sisters, who had an age range of 11 to 5 years old at the time of the incidents. A 5th victim was understood to be—
who aren't even old enough to, like, conceptualize what the fuck is going on. That shit makes me so mad. Triggering the hell out of me.
A family friend, also underage at the time and younger than Joshua, who was around 14 when this all took place. By March 2003, Jim Bob finally decided to take action by going to the church. And after conferring with the elders, it was determined Josh needed some kind of treatment program. It was only then that Josh was sent to a Christian-based—
This happens a lot. People won't go to the authorities. They go to the church. and then they just double down on their religion. They don't actually get them, like, the help they need. They're just like, believe in God. It's ridiculous. I feel like a chef here. So good. I put broccoli in my mac and cheese. Does anybody else like putting stuff in their mac and cheese? Broccoli is my favorite thing. I like it when it's like crunchy broccoli too. Hopefully this won't mess up my guts. I think I should be okay. Broccoli and bits of bacon. I don't have bacon in right now, but I got broccoli in here. See? Broccoli. A slice of tomato, that's interesting. Bacon bits. I like broccoli, and something about mac and cheese, like, I need black pepper in it. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Sneeze? Sneeze? No, okay.
Facility, which included what the report described as hard physical work and counseling, although Michelle would later admit to police that Josh had not seen an actual counselor. As opposed to seeking genuine punishment or rehabilitation for their son, Jim Bob and Michelle decided to send Josh away with, quote, a family friend who was in the home remodeling business, which when I think of a counseling program, my mind doesn't typically jump to things like carpentry. See, the Duggars have long been tied to a religious organization known as the Institute in Basic Life Principles, commonly abbreviated as the IBLP, with a history of isolating its members from the outside world, threats of severe punishment, and authoritarian control. The IBLP has been labeled a cult by other Christian denominations and even former members, being spearheaded by Minister Bill Gothard, who served for many decades until being forced to step down in 2014 after he was accused of sexually assaulting and harassing at least 34 women and working to cover up the systemic abuse of children within the organization. While the IBLP promotes rigid familial roles, a patriarchal system, and shielding children from anything unholy, many have criticized the organization for not accurately teaching things like sex education in its mandatory homeschooling curriculum, ATI. One former student, John Cornish, alleging, I remember—
Well, clearly they don't talk about it, and they don't even talk about, like, consent. But then they already know, like, sex is a sin, so, I mean, of course, so that kid knows what he's doing. He knew what he was doing. He knew it was wrong. There's no excuse for that. They needed to actually do something instead of just, like, send him off to work.
Remember that Gothard was basically telling us that sexual abuse wasn't all that terrible because it only affected one's body and not the more important parts of our being, soul and spirit. This warped message has left some teens and children without an understanding of what sexual assault is, perpetuating a climate of vulnerability that the leading figures have been known to take advantage of. And as Krinish continued, for the thousands of families in the ATI program, Gothard would be the first place they would turn, which is exactly what Jim Bob did. Bill Gothard himself even recalling speaking with Jim Bob and Michelle personally after the incidents took place. He says he was the one who suggested Josh be sent to a godly mentor. So when Josh arrived at the Little Rock Salvation Facility, a now defunct IBLP training center, he was reportedly made to help renovate an old VA hospital the IBLP had recently acquired. In addition to carrying out laboring tasks, he was also assigned—
That's not therapy. That's not therapy. That kid could have been rehabilitated from that behavior. And they just did nothing for him. Macaroni and cheese is something I'll never be sick of. There's a lot of it here, though. I don't think I'm going to be able to eat it. Might have to put the rest away for a little snacky poo.
One-on-one faith-based counseling to cleanse him of any sex-related impulses. In relation to what exactly Josh was taught there, Gothard stated, the endocrine system consists of about 16 or 17 or so glands throughout our body, and they are affected by our sexual drive. Lust can have a positive or a negative effect on the body, depending on what it's for. God designed us to have an attraction to the opposite sex for marriage, but whoremongers will be damaged by their own system.
Whoremongers. That's such a funny word. Whoremongers.
Like the ATI, the lessons here prioritized the Bible while discouraging science, the arts, or philosophy, according to former student Micah Murray, who was raised by IBLP teachings from 1st to 12th grade. Gothard had painted a world that was out to destroy families and then humbly volunteered to show us the way to safety, he claimed. Before becoming disillusioned by the cult-like tendencies Gothard espoused, Murray was fairly involved at the Indianapolis Training Center, describing having to wear suit jackets at dinner every night, not being allowed to talk to girls, and having to get a request form signed in order to go out and get fast food. Calling the IBLP a disaster for family.
Really? You can't even go get a fucking McChicken? That's ridiculous. That's too much. You need a written consent form to order Domino's. I'm surprised they don't ask permission to shit. I want to know more about the cult thing.
Units, Murray recalled depression, marriages falling apart, and sexual molestation occurring throughout the organization. While Murray wasn't too surprised when the Duggar incident came to light, Gothard maintains the backlash demonstrates an attack on Christianity, and the critics are merely out to discredit and destroy the religion as a whole. But how did any of this even land in Oprah's inbox to begin with?
Believe me, there's a lot of stuff that was confessed that night that hasn't even been out in public anywhere.
In addition to confiding in church elders, Jim Bob and Michelle also shared Josh's confession with some close family friends, Jim and Bobby Holt, two names that I'm sure won't make this story any more confusing. The Holts knew the Duggars through church and had a daughter, Kaylee, around the same age as Josh, who were said to have been courting at one point, their parents even expecting them to get married one day. All of that changed though when the Holts learned of Josh's activities, cutting off the relationship with the family right then, as Bobby would later testify in court. At the time, Josh's abuse didn't reach others within the church though, until Kaylee wrote a private letter to her favorite author, detailing what she had overheard from Jim Bob and Michelle. Although she didn't end up mailing the letter, she did end up placing it in a book that was later lent out to a fellow church member. That is how everything leaked. The information causing a divide within the congregation, some church members took the Duggars' side, while others were appalled at what they considered to be irresponsible handling of a serious crime. Though it's worth noting that Jim Bob did go to police after Josh returned from his little 3-month IBLP vacation, after Joseph T. Hutchins gave Josh a, quote, very stern talk in 2005, he refused to press charges, letting Josh off the hook easy as long as he promised to be good, I guess. Which we know how that ended. To make matters worse, by 2006, the statute of limitations in Arkansas had already expired, supposedly, and Josh was let off the hook yet again. Oh, what's that? You're wondering what happened to the state trooper? Yeah, he was arrested and convicted of possessing child porn himself, sentenced to 56 years in jail for very similar charges Josh would later face. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here. Back in the early to mid-2000s though, rumors of Josh's behavior were starting to reach more people. First members of the church, then Oprah, then surfacing on early discussion forums online. All while the Duggars were given season after season of their own show by TLC, growing their brand and becoming a prominent staple in the spiritual landscape. People close enough to the family definitely knew of a secret, yet Josh's past remained nothing more than hearsay until 2015, when the Duggar family empire shattered.
I'm Josh Duggar, the oldest of 19 kids and counting, and welcome to the Duggar home.
And you're free.
Through an FOIA request in 2015, In Touch magazine managed to obtain the redacted 2006 police report that confirmed the rumors that had been floating around for years, prompting everyone in Josh's proximity to swiftly enter damage control mode, including the network, TLC pulling its top-rated show from the airwaves, which eventually led to a permanent cancellation by summer 2015. The Duggars released a statement that day, which read, "With God's grace and help, Josh, our daughters, and our entire family overcame a terrible situation, found healing and a way forward. We are so pleased with the wonderful adults they have become." It's important to stop here and note that the family's statements addressing what happened were all predicated on the assumption that Joshua was now a changed man, someone who sought forgiveness from God and moved on to become a better person. In a statement of his own, he wrote, "My parents took several steps to help me address the situation. We spoke with the authorities where I confessed my wrongdoing, and my parents arranged for me and those affected by my actions to receive counseling. At the time, he claimed to have been forgiven by Christ and those he had wronged, emphasizing how thankful he was for God's grace, mercy, and redemption." His wife, Anna, went on to add that Josh's counseling changed his life, and that he continued to do as he was taught, justifying her decision to marry Josh, despite knowing of his past, on account of him being someone who had gone down a wrong path and had humbled himself before God and those whom he had offended. Someone who had received the help needed to change the direction of his life with the power of high.
I think it's definitely possible for abusers to seek help and them be able to be rehabilitated and turn their lives around. But this guy, no real action was taken, like, despite them saying that he's saved and God saved him. Like, the religious part doesn't work. It just puts a band-aid over the situation.
Inside, of course, you and I can obviously see the unfortunate aging of these statements. But at the time, his healing was a sentiment being echoed not just by him and his wife, but even Jim Bob and Michelle, who sat down with Megyn Kelly for an exclusive interview on her former Fox News show in June 2015. In a response so bad, it was described as a shocking and horrifying spectacle.
Did you ever worry that the treatment didn't work, especially with so many young children in the house?
Sharing nervous glances throughout the 40-minute ordeal, Jim Bob and Michelle attempt to reassure audience members that these incidents were in the past and that everything was handled in the most responsible way possible. But this line of defense could only go so far, with Megyn Kelly asking even the most surface-level questions.
What would make you launch a reality TV show about your family, given this past?
All this had been taken care of 5 years before. We had nothing to hide. We had taken care of all that years before. We had no fear because everything was taken care of, and that was a suit. That was actually a sealed juvenile record.
We'd all resolved it. It had been forgiven. We moved on with life.
It doesn't take long to see that most of their support and empathy lies with their son, rather than their daughters who had been abused. In fact, the entire
Yeah, that's a very good point. I don't really hear much of them talking about, like, the help and care that they're getting for their daughters, just mainly, like, covering his ass.
Interview reeks of Josh sympathy.
But he was still a kid. He was still a juvenile. He wasn't an adult. There was a couple more times that he came and told us what he had done. This was not rape or anything like that. This was like touching somebody over their clothes. There were a couple incidents
Why are you downplaying it?
where he touched them under their clothes, but it was like a few seconds.
Jim Bob had somehow managed to downplay Josh's behavior, claiming he said he was just curious about girls, and that he had gone in and just basically touched them over their clothes while they were sleeping. Before continuing, the first thing was to protect the girls. But keep in mind, it took 3 separate incidents for Jim Bob and Michelle to actually do anything. And even that was just sending him to a Christian getaway camp run by this creep.
And this is not like a licensed therapist. It's somebody, a Christian-based,
but I tell you what,
treatment facility.
It really had a huge impact on his life.
When Megan asked why police weren't involved from the start, Jim Bob responded, "As parents, you're not mandatory reporters. The law allows for parents to do what they think is best for their child." Continuing that as long as he was right with God, we felt like the last jurisdiction of who he needed to make things right with was the law. To a lot of people,
I mean, he hasn't done anything to make right by apologizing to his sisters. That doesn't sound like accountability to me. That just sounds like he's making it all about himself, and his parents helped him.
Really seemed like they were willing to do anything to put the comfort and security of Josh over their other children getting the justice they deserved. Some of the other steps taken by the Duggars seem to involve not letting the boys babysit alone, or not allowing kids to play hide and seek by themselves, which is just sad and doesn't really indicate to me that Jim Bob or Michelle ever had a ton of confidence that their son had truly been fixed. The parents continue to downplay Josh's activity by specifying his victims were too young to understand or even remember what happened. Michelle remarking he knew that it was wrong, but they weren't even aware. To them, they didn't probably even understand that it was an improper touch, which, I don't know, it doesn't exactly sound as good as you think it does.
You were in the news for making a robocall that suggested transgender people might want to go into the bathrooms of locker rooms of girls and that they may be child molesters.
Michelle is eventually asked about a particular robocall she had recently made calling trans women pedophiles for wanting to access women's restrooms and locker rooms. I'll play it here, but just know there is a trigger warning for hateful language.
Hello, this is Michelle Duggar. I'm calling to inform you of some shocking news that will affect the safety of Northwest Arkansas women and children. The Fayetteville City Council is voting on an ordinance this Tuesday night that would allow men, yes, I said men, to use women's and girls' restrooms, locker rooms, showers, sleeping areas, and other areas.
I hate her voice. Why is she delivering it like beep, 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 beep? Like, I hate her voice.
That are designated for females only. I don't believe the citizens of Fayetteville would want males with past child predator convictions that claim they are female to have a legal right to enter private areas reserved for women and girls.
Lady, you got your foot in your mouth. Just, really? You're gonna go on and say that shit?
I doubt that Fayetteville parents would stand for a law that would endanger their daughters or allow them to be traumatized by a man joining them in their private space. We should never place the preference of an adult over the safety and innocence of a child. Parents, who do you?
Megan accurately pinpoints the optics of this message when considering the predatory past of her own son that she herself had tried to hide, which just leads to a bizarre transphobic tirade from Michelle that gets interrupted by her husband giving us the Webster's definition of a pedophile.
I think that protecting young girls and not allowing young men and men in general to go into a girl's locker room is just common sense.
But this is different because you injected child molestation into it.
I think you actually said pedophile in that, and actually a pedophile is an adult that preys on children. Joshua was actually 14 and just turned 15 when he did what he did. And I think the legal definition is 16 and up for being an adult preying on a child. So he was a child preying on a child.
Forget the fact that one of his victims had an age in the single digits, I guess. Let's argue about the semantics of the word pedophile instead. That'll get people on our side and sure won't weird anybody out. Within minutes, Michelle and Jim Bob emphasize there being an agenda against their family, an attack they believe to be motivated by religious and political reasons. Though I'd say these so-called attacks are generally due to the fact that for over 10 years, Jim Bob, Michelle, and even Josh have repeatedly posited themselves as the perfect religious family. When you place yourself on that kind of moral pedestal, people develop expectations. And when the facade starts to crack, people begin to doubt everything. How much of it was a lie? Jim Bob and Michelle know there isn't much they can do to change this, so they instead take the defensive, doing all they can to paint themselves as victims of a smear campaign driven by a secular liberal media. Looking to misinterpret their values for the sake of personal gain. The Duggar parents clearly want justice to be served, just maybe not when it means consequences for Josh.
Our family is just trying to regroup from these attacks, and when you're in every...
Yeah, trans has nothing to do with that. She's just these are warped people. They got their priorities all fucked up. The audacity to talk about, like, protecting women when you didn't protect your fucking daughters.
Newspaper and everything throughout the world. I mean, it's been an unprecedented attack on our family. And it was actually, this information was released illegally.
Another part of the Duggars' defense at this time had to do with whether or not the police report in question was released illegally. Michelle even insisting her daughters were more victimized by the publication of these documents than Josh's own actions.
That breaks my heart for my girls, because I think this is such a horrible... They've been victimized more by what has happened in these last couple of weeks than they were 12 years ago, because they honestly... They didn't even understand or know that anything had happened until after the fact, when they were told about it.
The Duggars were still determined to prove that the information came out in bad faith. And there's definitely a point there to be made, as no victim should ever be forced to share their story because of a tabloid leak. Jill and Jessa having their trauma aired out on such a public platform with no warning is entirely unfair. But it also seemed like Jim Bob and Michelle were more concerned over the leak itself happening than the actual information within the leak. The couple teasing legal action just in the interview with Megan.
Any chance of you suing her or the city for this disclosure?
We're talking to some attorneys about that right now, and we'll see.
It's also worth noting here that the 4 affected daughters did go ahead and sue both Springdale and Washington County officials in 2017, in a case that was dismissed by a judge earlier this year after ruling the sisters had, quote, not presented any direct proof or reasonable inference that officials had revealed private facts about the victims. Since the documents published to In Touch redacted the relevant names and information of any minors, the release was legally protected by the Freedom of Information Act. Though that's not to say they were wrong in feeling violated. Jessa and Jill still deserve to have their day in court, as they went on to do their own interview with Megyn Kelly, separate from the parents.
They don't have a right to do this. This isn't... We're victims. They can't do this to us.
And yet they did.
And they did.
Trying to put myself in their shoes, I can't imagine what it must have been like to relive their trauma on a national stage without any foresight or preparation. By portraying these events from their own perspective, they also provide a glimpse into how the Duggar parents have treated their daughter's abuse from the beginning. That it was all nothing more serious than innocent curiosity, and that boys will be boys. It's unfortunate to think this mindset is drilled into kids' heads at such an early age. It downplays what victims go through and prevents Josh from actually getting what he deserves, while not addressing the problem and only keeping the cycle of abuse going. Jill later blaming her brother for allowing his victims to defend him while hiding even more sex-related secrets from the family, which leads us into the next Duggar scandal, as things weren't about to get any easier for Josh. By August 2015, a hacking group by the name of the Impact Team claimed responsibility for a cybersecurity breach at Ashley Madison, a dating site specifically marketed towards those looking to cheat on their partners, promoting extramarital affairs and secret flings with the tagline, "Life is short, have an affair." The data hack resulted in the information of up to 38 million members being leaked publicly online. With so many people being exposed, it was only to be expected for some celebrities to be named too, the biggest of which being none other than Joshua Duggar. The extensive media coverage to follow only prolonged the Duggars' already nightmarish summer by reporting on the nature of Josh's extramarital activities, which had been hidden from even the family up until this point. Gawker publishing evidence of a credit card belonging to Joshua J. Duggar with a billing address that matched the home of his grandmother, Mary Duggar, in Fayetteville, a house that had been repeatedly shown on their TLC program, also where Josh's wife Anna had given birth to their first child. It was reported Josh had paid a little over $1,000 for 2 separate Ashley Madison subscriptions dating from February 2013 to May 2015. His second account being linked to his own home in Maryland, where he spent his time lobbying against gay marriage, conveniently enough. Apparently he was too busy worrying about 2 dudes kissing to focus on preserving the sanctity of his own marriage. What's even funnier is it would seem on his second account, he paid an extra $250 for an affair guarantee membership package, which meant that if you had not had an affair after 3 months of using the site, you'd get your money back, which is so deplorable I really can't even put it into words. The leak also contained the turn-ons and preferences he included in his profile. And after doing some more digging, spectators were also led to this OkCupid profile that matched both the email and username associated with Josh's Ashley Madison account. But if you'll notice, the name and profile pic here is obviously not Josh Duggar. What it looked like he had done was simply Google the words random guy and use the first pic that popped up to flirt with girls on both OkCupid and Facebook. And looking at these profiles now, they definitely contain all the hallmarks of a catfish account. This bio is so generic and impersonal, it could have only been written by someone like Josh Duggar. A man so discreet, his Ashley Madison username seemingly consisted of Josh the Man and Ready for This Dick. 30-year-old man, by the way. Matthew McCarthy, the man who is actually in this photo, was understandably shocked to see his image being thrown into the controversy, claiming he had already lost 1 DJ gig because the club thought he was involved in this scandal. He even pursued legal action against Josh that was later tossed out when Josh's defense argued he couldn't be sued in the state of California. It's still very funny that despite being one of the most supposedly online people in the family, Josh really didn't think any of this through, which hasn't changed much in recent years, but I digress. While Josh's response didn't acknowledge the catfishing claims, he did go on to confirm the validity of the Ashley Madison account, calling himself the biggest hypocrite ever in a now deleted statement posted to the family's website. Josh's brief words here also outline another side of himself the public was previously unaware of, his porn addiction, admitting he had been unfaithful to his wife and writing about the hurt and reproach he brought to his family through his actions, not just as a teenager, but also now that he had rebroken their trust. He asks for forgiveness from those reading and requests we pray for his wife.
That Jesus work, that Jesus camp they send him to really helped, right? Changed man, eh? I love how these people are like so fucked up and then they lobby against gay and trans people. It's like, mind your business. Focus on yourself. Stay in your lane.
Family, right before another woman came forward with her own allegations against Josh. Adult star Danica Dillon filing a suit that year accusing Josh of sexually assaulting her, causing physical and mental torment. Dillon alleged Josh had, quote, tried to kill her during one of their sexual encounters, saying he forced her into various positions, threw her around the room, choked and spat on her, before ultimately paying her $1,500. As the story goes, he apologized to her the second time they met, telling her he was such a big fan of her scenes. Josh has since denied these claims though, and Danica eventually dropped the $500,000 charge.
What a sick fuck.
Charges in 2016, though has maintained her story and has also continued commenting on his recent criminal activity. After 3 separate sex scandals, some unsavory political endorsements, and a repugnant appearance on Fox News, the Duggars' reputation had never been in a worse place. So in December 2015, in what I feel was an act of sympathy, TLC launched a new Duggar show called Counting On, which was meant to center on the lives of the oldest Duggar girls. After all, the Duggars still had 18 other kids to exploit, with or without Josh, not to mention a slew of grandchildren, since many of their older kids had gone off and started their own families at a pretty young age. With enough time, people even started to come back around on Jim Bob and Michelle a little bit, overlooking the past and thinking of Josh to be a one-time offense that occurred over a decade prior. Some people seriously thought Josh had been cured by the religious counseling he received and would be unlikely to offend again. Unfortunately, those people were very, very wrong. In November 2019, the Department of Homeland Security executed a full-on search warrant of a used car dealership owned and operated by Josh Duggar in what authorities called an ongoing federal investigation. A then spokesperson for the Duggars apparently told the media that the raid had nothing to do with any family member being the target of any investigation of any kind, and that we shouldn't be so quick to buy into all the fake news circulating online. Their words, not mine. Still, the incident immediately hit the headlines, along with rumors this was all connected to a lawsuit regarding real estate fraud. The true details, though, didn't emerge until April 29th, 2021, when Josh was taken into custody. It was then revealed that Josh's work computer had been linked to downloads of child pornography on several occasions in mid-2019. First flagged by a detective in Little Rock, authorities quickly traced the files to an IP address matching the car dealership, which agents explained to Josh during the raid. Despite having many questions for the police, Josh seemed to know exactly why they were there, with Homeland Security Special Agent Jared Faulkner later testifying that before any officials alluded to a child pornography investigation, Josh spontaneously chimed in, "What is this about? Has someone been downloading child pornography?" I know Josh's slimeball attorney was happy about that little comment. It didn't take long for investigators to search his HP desktop computer in his office and find that it was riddled with illicit material. As director of the Department of Justice's High Technology Investigative Unit, James Fautrell testified in court. Providing relevant evidence from his forensic investigation, Fautrell outlined a dire picture of Josh's illegal activity. For starters, it was confirmed that a program to install a Linux operating system was downloaded to Josh's computer just days before the illicit material was flagged. According to legal documents, Fautrell discovered that the computer's user had partitioned the hard drive in two sections. One side of the hard drive was the business side of the computer, which was said to load up Windows 10 like normal and handle all of the dealership's sales. It was the main part of the computer, and it's also where a program called Covenant Eyes had been installed, which, according to Insider, is designed
You can get really tricky with computers. You can have like 2 different operating systems on one machine.
to monitor the internet activity of people with pornography addictions, sending internet usage reports to an accountability partner, which in this case happened to be Josh's wife, Anna. This is why Josh needed the partition. As court records documented, the other side of the hard drive appears to have been set.
I think like, I don't know, like 8 years ago or something, I created like a virtual like operating system on my computer because I wanted to check out the dark web. It's very boring, by the way. I mean, I didn't even know, like I saw some sites, but it was just like, nah. I didn't see anything bad. No, I wasn't looking up anything. I'm like, that sounds wrong. No, I just wanted to like, just, I'm like, how bad is that? I wasn't looking for CP at all. No, I'm like, I just wanted to see if like the rumors were true. Like there was like murderers for hire or like drugs for sale, but I like couldn't figure it out. And then after a while, I'm like, I'm gonna get hacked or something, like being a dumbass. So I just decided to delete it all. Fun times.
Up for the purpose of downloading and viewing child pornography. This side booted up to a Linux-based operating system that was locally installed on the computer on May 13th, 2019. At approximately 1:52 p.m., Mr. Fautrell's forensic imaging of the computer revealed that child pornography was first downloaded on May 14th, 2019, with the help of the Tor browser, whose hidden servers allow users.
Yeah, that's what I downloaded. So it wasn't like some special thing. Yeah, I just tried that. But when it comes to like dark web stuff, like you have to like know. It's not like a Google search engine or anything. It's like you have to like know the sites you're going to or know how to navigate it. It's not the same as like everyday searching. And
to access the dark web, where things like drugs, guns, murder for hire, and child pornography can be obtained. It was proven in court that the HP computer in question had bookmarked 2 of these sites that contained lists of Tor's.
Pretty sure like half the people for murderer for hire is like the actual FBI.
criminal anonymous websites. At that point in the trial, the prosecution was able to place Josh Duggar at the dealership at the exact time the material was being downloaded, thanks to the fact that he literally texted his wife at the exact same time these files were accessed, saying he was gonna be home late because he still had a lot of work to do.
Oh! Honey, I'm still gonna be at the office for a while. I got a lot of work to do. A lot of jacking off to do. That's nasty. I love mac and cheese.
Insider Fawtrell said Duggar's phone sent a message on May 15th saying, "I'm on the car lot now." Just minutes after that text, Duggar's desktop computer downloaded a number of child sexual abuse files from the peer-to-peer file sharing network uTorrent. So Josh's own text messages made it pretty hard for his defense to haphazardly shift blame onto another employee who must have been trying to incriminate Josh, which officials were quick to dismiss early. So yes, Josh was more than happy to let an innocent coworker face 40 years in prison.
Dang,
if it meant
he was gonna throw an innocent person under the bus for that shit? That's fucking cold, dude. Oh, well, I mean, his parents taught him that he didn't have to have any accountability the first time. That's why that was important for them to like make that a serious issue. Instead of getting it across his head as a child, like, that's a very serious issue. That's a big no-no. We don't do that. We gotta go fucking take care of this. Like, we need to get you into some, like, therapy or counseling or something. He's got the idea that, like, oh, he could just, like, do this and there really won't be, like, real consequences. So, doesn't surprise me.
Could get off scot-free and spend more time with his family, where he'd still be in active danger. As prosecutors had no problem proving without a shadow of a doubt that Josh Duggar had been the individual downloading and opening these files. As investigators testified in court, a hard drive was found with remnants of over 100 images of child abuse material, along with several videos and what Agent Faulkner referred to as the worst of the worst child abuse material he had ever seen in his career as a hardened federal agent who's
fucking disgusting.
Required to review this kind of stuff for a living. After 12 years of work and over 1,000 cases, Faulkner considered Josh to be one of the absolute worst offenders. The prosecution also used director Fawtrell's
the guy who is actually, like, who spent like 12 years specializing in tracking down CP and has seen it, you know, because you have to, like, look at that shit to, you know, to prove it's on people's computers and stuff, and you got to, like, figure out where it's coming from so you can stop it. So, like, imagine, like, doing that for 12 years and then, like, you open up this case and it's like, this is the worst shit I've ever fucking seen, and I've seen some shit, you know. I would not like that job. I don't know. I mean, of course, I don't think it's something you really volunteer for. And there's probably the side of it where you're just, like, really passionate about, like, tracking things down and, like, actually, like, helping and saving kids. But, like, there's no way I could fucking look at that shit all day. Nope.
Testimony to build their case, as he has cited evidence of Josh streaming and or downloading the most notorious videos out there, including titles such as Pedo Mom and Daisy's Destruction, which depicts the torturing of an infant. Fawtrell claiming it to be the most offensive content he had ever seen in his career. A lot of the material contained girls between the ages of 5 and 10, an age range that some of his own children are in. The word sickening doesn't go far enough in describing the kind of person we're dealing with here. Despite several letters written to the judge by Josh's parents, wife, and in-laws pleading for a softer sentence, these words were ultimately overlooked when Josh was sentenced to 12 years and 7 months in prison, just one day after Josh's failed attempt to overturn the guilty verdict on account of insufficient evidence. Unfortunately for Josh, the evidence proved more sufficient than his laughable defense of trying to throw his own colleagues under the bus. While it may have been delayed for almost 2 decades, Joshua Duggar finally met his long overdue fate and will be spending over 150 months in federal prison. Even then, when he does get out, he'll only be allowed to see his 7 kids in the presence of an approved list of supervisors. All to say that life for Josh as he once knew is effectively over. Prosecutors writing at the end of the trial that there is simply no indication indication that Duggar will ever take the steps necessary to change this pattern of behavior and address his predilection for minor females, indicating that the pattern of abuse Josh has expressed for all these years has in no way changed or been appropriately corrected, leading anyone to wonder just how different things could have been.
I know the death penalty is like really controversial and people have like strong feelings about it, but you know, if you're just a complete fucking burden to society, you're not getting help, and you do all this sick, disgusting stuff, I'm gonna ask you to politely step into the hole. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna kick you off Spartan style, you know? Just castration. There's like chemical castration.
Welcome back. We're here with Josh Duggar. You work with FRC, so tell us a little bit about what's happening here with the Values Voters Summit this week.
Well, we're extremely excited to have, really what I think has been called the premier conservative event in the country. And it's basically people coming together, a lot of people of faith, and people that understand what made America great and what's going to continue to make America really the best country in the entire world. And the laboratory for that is in our own homes, in our own communities, and really in our own hearts.
While I don't think Josh's spirituality is the reason he did what he did,
he has 7 kids.
It's clear to me the culture surrounding Josh and his parents allowed him to get away with it for far too long. Jim Bob neglected to contact outside authorities several times, all while his daughters continued being abused in their own house. And the belated treatment Josh did receive just wasn't enough for him to break such a deplorable cycle, finally landing him in jail where he belongs. I can't help but think this could have gone differently had his behavior not been repeatedly excused and downplayed by his parents and even political allies of the family, with former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who defended the Duggars in 2016.
You don't know what those parents did and how they worked to try to take care of their entire family.
And conservative blogger Matt Walsh even using the story as an opportunity to slam progressives as being the real hypocrites, writing, "Let me be honest with you. If my own son, God forbid, came to me and admitted to doing what Josh Duggar did, I don't know that I'd immediately run to the cops. Would you? Is it really that simple? The decision to have your child arrested as a sex offender would be an automatic thing for you? Really? It's this kind of
No. I mean, they didn't even have to go as far as to, like, informing the police. I mean, I guess probably they have to. But, I mean, they should have got him into, like, serious, like, rehabilitation. You know? Like, some serious counseling to go through those thoughts and actions and have the kid take accountability. But no, they downplayed it. I mean, I agree. It would be difficult to go immediately to the police. But you have to do something.
Dismissive language that both invalidates victims of child sexual trauma and allows their abusers to continue down a path of destruction. What's possibly more disturbing than anything is this excerpt from a 1990 ATI lesson booklet detailing the story of a young boy who abused his younger siblings, in which the boy blames his behavior on a lack of moral purity and the immodest nature of his siblings even.
You can blame religion for that. Religion has not helped.
The excerpt
when religion teaches you that boys are just like naturally attracted and then girls should like protect themselves and cover up, like it's
reading, "My younger sisters used to wear dresses often, but as they were young and not aware of modesty, they did not behave in them as they should. Little people do not realize their nakedness right away." While this is just one of thousands of documents to come out of the ATI program over the years, it certainly echoes a familiar sentiment we've heard from the Duggars. Throughout years of Duggar family controversies, countless mistakes could have been avoided. Mistakes that ended up perpetuating a cycle of abuse, of affecting countless people by proxy. Jim Bob and Michelle, though, seems to care more about their family looking like stars on TV than actually addressing the real issues at the root of their household. It all comes down to maintaining an image of purity above all else, even when real criminal activity can be found lurking behind the scenes. Placing yourself on a public pedestal despite knowingly protecting a criminal in your own family is bad enough, but attempting to paint yourself as a beacon of spirituality in the process is even worse. As much as I know the Duggars will probably try to continue existing in the public eye, the fact remains that they've already shown us exactly who they are when the cameras are off.
Wow. That is really gross. We need a palate cleanser. We need a palate. Ah, there's us. It's so weird when they show like my own stream. It's like Inception. Bible Man. Oh, that's an hour long. It's not actual Bible Man. It's just like her talking about it. What? Oh no.
Did you find him? Hold him. There's some over here. Did you go get him out of the woods? Thank you. Let him go to his mama. Need to go to his mama. You don't know where to your mama. So go on up in the woods. Did you find
I
him?
love how it's just
There's some
holding
over
the
here. Did you go
bird
get him out of the woods?
in his mouth. It's cute. We need like, I don't know, we need to just like laugh at some funny stuff or something because that's just a little too crazy. People fucking getting smashed in stupid submarines. Fucking Andrew Tate. These people. I've been watching like the new Beavis and Butthead lately. At first I thought like it was really silly. I'm like, how did I like this? And then I remembered I was a child. I had to sneak and watch that show. Can we just like have a do not laugh challenge? Try not to laugh. Try not to eat Sailor Moon? What? Oh, I just read that wrong. I'm like... Try not to laugh challenge. You laugh, you lose. Look, this guy stole my idea. What the fuck? I did this. I didn't even like look at it. How is the fuck? That stole my... Oh, too soon.
Come on, Mason. Come on, Mason. Come on.
Oh, what are you putting in your... Oh, shit. I'm coming. Oh, shit. Bro, you're tired. Oh.
Are you a male or female? Email.
Email? Me too. Some of these happen too fast.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real Men of Genius.
That's actually pretty cool.
Bye-bye, let's cry.
Não, não faz isso não.
He wants the treats. That's pretty smart. Welcome back, Elise. We're having a palate cleanser before we sign off for the night.
I don't think that we should be together. And I've thought about it a lot, and this is what's gonna happen. Okay, I'm gonna keep pursuing what I'm pursuing. And
yeah, because Friday, I think I'm supposed to go to the mall. Ooh. What if I work?
That was cute. I have to see that one again. That dog just came sliding right in. A little back. A little more back. Watch the dog slide in. It's so cute. I want to play!
Sobra consuelo. ¿Para qué quiero ir al cielo?
Oh!
Yo, check this out. Look what I built. I'm so proud of it.
It's just a dirt house, dude. Like,
Yeah,
that's
so stupid. No, you gotta check this part out, though. Ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
I didn't get that. Oh shit. He's probably just surfing the front wave there. Oh, Jesus. That guy went on his fucking face. What the fuck? They fucking dropped his ass. What the hell? Shit! On his face, damn. You're gonna punch that through.
I know.
Oh, yep. Oh my god, dude, your mattress. Dude, that...
Hold on, just hold on.
He needs to
we
pull
got a
over.
car in front of us flying away.
It's the final brain cell.
Oh, they're so cute.
Get
the fishy. Oh.
Looks like they prepared.
Thank you for using me.
you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
So stupid.
I woke up in the morning and I felt so bad. Yeah, I run to the bounty and I need that cash. Shit, all the time I gave up and I felt so sad. I round up to the bank, yeah, I need that.
Yeah, can I get a...
Oh my god, I'd be so mad. Get down. Get the hell down. Why is the audio backwards? The fuck? Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? What is that for?
There you go.
You are.
Uncle Angel is not doing his job. You have one job. Look behind you.
Yeah, those are stuffed. Oh shit! Well, there goes your balloons.
No lo puedo creer.
Get him! Oh my god, that's way flooded. Shit, you could just fish in your front yard. Oh! It's a swamp puppy. I like that, that's cute. They're actually really smart, like, they're pretty sociable. You can definitely, like, grow one up and keep it well fed, and they'll totally, like, cuddle and recognize their names and everything. What the fuck is that? Oh, shit. Oh my god.
Guess I made it to your FYP without any hashtags. We don't need any hashtags. All we need is me, you, and that follow button right there.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit!
That's pretty talented.
What is that?
It's the back
It's
of the
French
car.
fries! Holy
Oh,
shit,
no.
it's French fries! It's all just French fries!
Bro, look how stupid this is. I clean my clothes with Bounce. I don't even, and watch it. Look at this. All of them. Look.
You guys ever just come outside to your garage, just
That was
like,
a
oh, it's a
lame
beautiful
joke.
morning, and then you just have an autistic mouse in your garage?
Oh my god, it's seizuring. It's seizuring. If you see a mouse and it's like rolling around, it's having a seizure. Put it out of its misery.
Relajándonos un rato. Aquí, corpus. No se crea, este pendejo.
Bro, they got the Minecraft ice cream.
Ew, that's honey, no, that's...
I am not.
Good night, Kate. I woke up in a new... Oh, Jesus.
Well.
What I will ask you though is, can you give me one more day? I'm not asking you for a week. I'm not asking you for a month. I'm not asking you for a year.
That guy's going. What the hell? Ow. That's what I have. I have one of them noodles. I don't know how they got the damn hat on it, though.
It's just staying on so perfectly. I love it. She don't mind it, seems like.
Well, hello there, little darling. I would not do that, okay? You know, I love my pet rattlesnake, but I've never fucking touched it, and I never will. Never put myself in a situation, definitely not close enough to put a hat on it. The sad thing is she's, like, really chill and very curious, so, like, in theory, she could, like, crawl on you, like, if you just, like, held your hand out and it was, like, her idea to go, but I just don't fucking trust that, because all it takes is for her to get, like, spooked or scared at just, like, basic hand movements or something, and then I'm going to the fucking hospital, and I'm going to die, because I cannot afford $40,000 worth of fucking anti-venom.
He's fucked it.
Now. Bro.
It's like a fountain.
Oh, Jesus. Coming in and out. No, no. Don't go down the crack. Don't go down it! No! No!
Sweetie, it's time for church. Oh my god. Mama, my hand is getting tired. Can you help me finish? Baby, I told you to do this last night, but I guess Mommy can help you. Thank you. I've been trying to clean these stupid shoes forever. I know what you were thinking, you stinky McPoopytron.
That was dumb. Oh, Jesus. Dude, you got so many flies on your ass. Circling around your booty juice. Go change your pants, bro.
I love it. Oh my god.
Can you look a little less desperate?
Oh Lord.
Yo, don't you fucking yo. I swear to God.
Ow. Little derpies. Oh, Jesus. I don't know, maybe stop? Stop? Stop, maybe? You can stop now. You can stop your fucking truck now. Yeah, that's not gonna help.
No, 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 no.
So stupid.
Oh.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I would go running.
Morning. Cannot get this dude
Don't get it.
Stop following me. Every time I turn around to confront him, he freezes like he's invisible.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'm not even worried about it.
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Oh, I want these. I want little tiny goats. Oh no. You knocked them over. I would love little baby goats. Little beepers. Oh, Jesus. It sounded like somebody shit their pants.
Get out! Out!
No!
Get out!
You can't make me.
Get out!
I'm not.
Out!
No!
Get-
All right, I'm getting out.
Kombucha. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with your finger, dude? They are so fucking precious, little goats.
Listen, it get hot outside. I'm in
You know
my-
what I love? It's funny is those fainting goats. They like faint at the drop of a hat. Like literally, like there's just some design in their brain where it's like they just like frighten easily and they just pass out. It's the most hilarious thing fucking like ever.
back all summer. Don't come around with no negativity. Get some mind right. Big motion.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
Honk if you love pizza? Okay.
The longer it goes, the funnier it gets.
Да? Педрила.
Oh
Ну и
no,
слазь,
get out.
Чё ты? О! Да, блядь! Ой, хороший мой какой любимый котик. Ну и слезай, дебил. Да? Ну живи там. Вот сюда я тебе корм
You
буду
little
подавать.
butt, get down. Get down.
Don't eat that cheese, Granny. What? You don't need
Oh
to.
no,
What you
it's
say?
moly.
Ain't no. You eat the mold part too? Granny, just throw it away. I'll get you some more. What you
No,
So why you want to eat that one?
Gone, honey.
No, Granny.
No,
That ain't
we
healthy
ain't
for you,
eating
right?
moldy cheese. No.
That ain't healthy, Granny.
Like if there's a
That ain't
tiny
healthy for you
spot,
right
I'll
there.
like cut it off, but like
Mm-mm.
that's too much. All right, my friends. I think that's enough streaming for the day. I want to go take a big poop and a shower. I know that's probably TMI, but I need a shit and shower, okay? And then I'm gonna get stoned, watch more Mob Wives. But we covered some really interesting topics today. The submarine thing was interesting. Of course, Andrew Tate, who's going to be caught up forever in this. So, and that family is fucked up. That's just like totally disturbing. So, anyways, good night, everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend, and we will see you. Yeah, we'll be live next Friday for sure. Good night, everybody. And thank you so much for moderating, everybody, for all the mods that came and popped in. Elise and Cassie. Susan was in here for a minute. Philip popped in real quick. Good night, Kevin. Good night, David. Watch all the drag star. Oh, that sounds fun. Katrina's like, I see these more as annoying and disturbing than funny. I mean, it's an odd sense of humor. That's for sure. But all right, I'm signing off. Take care, everybody. Kiss, kiss. Hugs, hugs. We'll see you next week. And scene.